And hello, you are so welcome. My name is Fintan Gavin, and we're live from King's Poker Room. This is a PLO Cash King special session, and I am super excited. If yesterday's session, which was day one of the Cash Kings, if that is anything to go by, we are in for a treat. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. The action will be fast and furious. Fintan Gavin is my name. Thank you so much. We're live here from Kings in Rozvadov, and we will be starting in the next 2 or 3 minutes. We have 3 players seated. It's a 6-handed PLO game. We have 5 of the 6 players that are booked confirmed in the building, and we are just waiting on Nikki Jedluka, who apparently is en route. So we have in seat 1 Davin George from Germany. Davin had a bad day yesterday. I believe he was 30k down. And look at this, Rob Yong, 100,000 buy-in. Rob was about 35,000 in profit yesterday. And that is Jan Peter Jachtmann you see in seat 4. Jan Peter, who pulled off an incredible bluff in one of the last hands of the session yesterday. And Jan Peter is there in seat 4. Jan Peter in for 20,000. So seat 4 is the Serbian, Oki we call him. Everyone who knows him as Oki, Ogjen, from Serbia. And Oki was also in the hole yesterday. 50k at one stage, clawed back a little bit. Believe he was down 40k or so. And the buy-ins here, it's a minimum 10,000 buy-in, and that's what Oki has opted to go for. He had a bad day yesterday, so he's just going with the min buy-in to start. And we have Davin in seat 1, 20k buy-in. And Rob Young, this is Dusk Till Dawn owner, UK's poker boss, Rob Young, the brains behind the live poker revival in that side of the world. And Rob created all the action yesterday. Played like an absolute maniac, but set up his customers nicely, knew exactly what he was doing at all stages, and cashed out for a nice 35k profit. That is Tarkin, our TD, who will be overseeing proceedings today. Zero rake in this game, guys. It's a 100 PLO. And you will see it be straddled. Certainly up to 400. And the buzz in the card room, guys, it really is livening up. I just bumped into Philip Gruesome there, who was invited actually to take a seat here, but he's going to play a no-limit game later on. The place is buzzing. There's hundreds of players there. There's a 2,000 high roller starting later on this evening. So if you're within a couple of hours of getting here and you fancy playing a game, I think it's a 200,000 guarantee for that 2,000 buy-in. And the session today is scheduled for 100 hands. And what a start we had yesterday. It was pretty explosive. After 20 minutes, we had a 100k pot. And the biggest pot of the day, 140,000 euro pot. And we're 5-handed. The news has just come in. Nikki Jedluka has been in an accident. Nothing serious. Something on his his bike. But I've just got a text here saying that Kai Books, aka Nikki Jedlicka, former online legend on Full Tilt, he will not be able to make it. So it looks like we're going to be five-handed here today. And we're looking now at Jachtmann and Oki from Serbia with the 9633. And he mucks, and rightly so, and Davin with the hearts and clubs. And Jachtmann has the clubs covered with the ace high. And we're going to see a flop here. There's been a raise to 900. There's been a call. And now we have our table sounds, guys.
Du tauschst die Spitze High-Roller mit.
Ja.
You must have hit that flop, Jan.
I did.
Schreib's mal auf.
Flop.
Was meinst du? Ja. Danke. Schau mal zu, kannst das lernen.
Straight for Jachtmann. There's 5,000 already in this pot.
Haben wir gestern über Philipp Mauerstein gesprochen?
Ja, ja. Hallo.
Haircut's not too bad, yeah? Haircut, not much difference.
Yeah.
Only a little bit.
You look way more fit today.
Yeah?
Darwin, hast du ihn schon
With the jet lag.
Ja?
Yeah.
I kept making
Ah, yeah, that's what I mean. Yesterday you looked very tired. Shiny because of
Shine bright like a diamond.
I'm going to get hair transplants in the next few months.
really.
My girlfriend's arranged hair transplants. She doesn't want to go out with a bald man.
Elon Musk did it, so it's,
Yeah, I'm going to get it done at a place in Manchester.
that's probably why Roony did it.
Same place. Same place. No. We really got it done at a different place.
Wayne Rooney.
He came to see the guy who's going to do mine, and the guy said, I'm not going to do it because it won't work on you. And then he went and got it done somewhere else and it all fell out.
Kaiser with the hearts.
It doesn't work on some people.
It looks like it'll be four-way here.
Who?
There's 5,000 in the pot. That's 274 flop
In Berlin ganz oft gespielt mit Sami, Yoshi.
for Rob.
Erinnerst du dich nicht? Ja, vielleicht ein bisschen weniger.
Darwin, ganz an dem. Ja, seitdem er gesucht hat, seitdem er gesucht
Musste mein
wird.
Image loswerden.
Stimmt.
Bigger straight.
Jeez, 4 customers. These guys are terrible on me.
Backdoor hearts. Top pair, top kicker. It's been a 2,000 bet. We're still four-way. That's a made straight for Rob with a spade draw. And it's given Kaiser 2 pair. He gets out of the way. And it's 8,000 now. And the action is on the Kaiser with the top 2 pair. You can see there's more than one straight in front of that 6.
in Italien.
Rob takes down the first substantial pot.
See you.
Thank you
I was
so
hoping
much.
Ronny was going to make a move there.
This is good. Fasten your seatbelts. This is going to be an action-packed session.
Chicken down.
Please let me know how the sound is out there, guys. We have our
Yeah.
super tech team here.
So
The best
he
in the
continues
business.
or he'll stay.
Produce this fantastic production here and broadcast these
Yeah, of course. Yeah. You
great
have bigger than
poker
Jack?
games. And please let me know what the sound is like.
Yeah, that's right.
Commentator can't
Have
be
everything.
okay.
The world.
Working on that now straight away.
Oh, it's such a bad play to play this hand. Resist with the hand. Play hand. Come on, Jan. You're a professional poker player. Don't have to amateur have the position.
And please let me know, is that any better?
Is it good for you? No pass, great.
And Rob with
Anatoly, how are you?
three kings.
Easy to block you out of his hand no matter what I've got.
That's right.
I don't think you have aces at the time though. You have like ace, queen, jack, 10 type barrel.
That's top set for Jachtmann. He's holding two blockers to the main straight on the board. No way Rob can continue here. He's going to tank and fold. Guys, let me know how that sound is, please. Just started. This is the fourth hand.
Put a guy on an ace, you got a fold.
Scheduled 100 PLO hands today.
You have an ace?
We're right bang in the middle of the Party
What were those two?
Poker Festival. We're coming live from Kings. The biggest poker room.
Kings, you four kings on that
This is
board?
Kings
Yeah.
Casino.
I had three of them.
My name is Finton Gavin. We are here all week, guys. This is day 2 of the Cash Kings.
So it's tonight.
We have another Cash King session tomorrow, and then we bring you the Party Poker Million main event. That's 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed.
I should have knocked him out with the ace, ace, queen.
And the buzz is absolutely electric out on that floor. I walked through the poker room earlier on, and it's absolutely buzzing. Several cash games up and running. We have a high roller satellite running at the moment. There's going to be a high roller 2K buy-in. 2,000 buy-in with a 200,000 guarantee.
Think about the money, I just wanted
And
to put it into...
if you're within a couple of hours of King's Rozvadov, get down here, guys. It's absolutely buzzing. And we're watching now, three-handed, Rob Yong, Davin and Kaiser. And it looks like Davin has moved all in. And it's 5-4 queen with 2 clubs. Kaiser is playing the nut clubs with a up and down straight draw. And
Philipp, möchtest du mitspielen?
Rob is going to get out of there. And Kaiser is certainly going to call this 4,500. He's drawing to the nut flush.
Aber ich verstehe schon. Ja, das ist immer so nach, weiß ich nicht, verschiedenen. Es ist ja nicht regelmäßig, sondern für so ein Event irgendwie. Ich glaub, morgen
And
ist
any
das-
ace, 2, 3 for the straight.
Was du auch nicht so gern spielst. Also, noch keine Lust dafür.
And backdoor hearts for Davin. And a 5 comes. It's a good card
Auch hier so eine Backgammon-Runde.
for Davin.
Auch nicht mehr.
5 of diamonds. Davin's queens
Nur noch Gold.
still in the lead. And that's a straight.
6. Pokern.
And let me know
That card started.
that table talk is good, guys.
Ace Jack deuce through.
And Davin now has reloaded.
Wie geht's, Mr.
So after 5 hands, we see the first
Auch nicht so kontant.
stack bust out from Davin. He had a bit of a disaster yesterday. That empty seat is belonging to Nikki Jedlicka, who's unable to play today. Rob Yong is straddled. Oki from Serbia has also straddled. And it's Kaiser here with the Ace King Jack 3 in the small blind, and he raises it up.
Das war noch
And
Zeiten.
Rob with the 4, 6, 7, 8. He has spades and clubs. His clubs are covered by Oki, who folds, and it's going to be heads up. And these two guys were at it all day yesterday. And that's a ace, queen, 9. And Kaiser checks. He's hit his top pair, but it's Rob who comes out. Kaiser is ace, king, no diamonds. And it's a 7,000 bet into an 8,400 pot. And that's not going to deter Kaiser. He's top pair, top kicker, and he has a good shot to the Broadway straight. And that gives Rob a up and down straight, playing the 6-8. $22,000 already in the pot. And action with Rob. He bet the flop, the ace high, with absolutely nothing. But it's a good card for Rob, the 7. And now the queen comes. On the river, and Rob checks. And Kaiser value betting his 2 pair with a king kicker, and Rob is going to muck these cards. What's Rob thinking? A call is certainly not going to happen here. It should be a snap muck.
I think we should play with shot clock with these guys.
Rob is trying to come up with a move.
Every hand takes 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
And Jan-Peter Jachtmann said there should be a shot clock here. And Rob was considering a move there. And we see Davin had a brutal day yesterday. He's down 20k in the first 4 hands of the session. He's reloaded for 20k. And Ronny Kaiser is the beneficiary. He's up 16,000. And Oki has topped up. He was in for 10,000 originally, and he's topped up to 40,000. He's lost just 4,300 of that. And Oki here with the queens. And
But he managed to get up in the midfield.
Kaiser on the button.
I think it was a
ended up a winner yesterday, Kaiser, after a real topsy-turvy day. He was up and down all day, came out in good profit in the end, and it's the exact same lineup as yesterday. And it's the same story, the action coming from Rob Yong and Kaiser. And we're looking at a three-way pot here between Oki from Serbia, Jachtmann and Rob Yong. And that's a set for Rob. And Oki has picked up top pair. Nobody's playing the flush. And it's Oki with two pair, kings and threes. And he's facing a raise here. And he's going to be in a lot of bother here, Oki. Because the problem is, Rob Yong is the problem. He's super aggressive, super active. And when he does have the goods, it's easy thing to do is to pay him off. And that's a full house for Rob. And it's a great card for Oki because it counterfeits his two pair. And Rob is slowing down now. He's making it a very attractive bet of 5,000, trying to induce a call, at least, if not a bluff raise. The king six is obviously going through his mind, but it's just a flat call from Oki. And this pot now is over 30,000. And it's another good card for Oki because he can get away from this quite easily, because now the spades have come home. And this is really interesting. This is the reputation that Rob Yong has created for himself, that he gets two pair to think about calling a 20,000 bet there in the river. And this is Rob straight out of the traps, 18,000 in profit. And our two losers from yesterday are continuing with the same script, Oki and Davin. They're almost 20k each in the hole already, and we haven't even played 10 hands. It is early days, guys. Anything can happen. And a big hello to you guys. Banana, thank you for joining us. Tea Grinder, Go Tray. We appreciate you coming on. We love live poker here in Kings. We love bringing you these cash games. We get super excited when we have these high stakes players in town. And there's none bigger than this guy, Robert Yong from Nottingham. And he's at the heart of everything here. And Kaiser with the nut hearts and the clubs has made it 6,000 to go and puts serious pressure on Davin with the clubs and diamonds. 10, 10, 8, 6, a very playable hand. But do you want to put 6,000 in pre-flop? And he decides not to. But you see Rob Yong with the bigger clubs. He has Kaiser's clubs covered. He also has diamonds. And Jachtmann has the hearts. 7, 9, 9, 10. And this is a sizable pot, 20,000, and the clubs come. And it's a pretty good flop for Rob. He's flopped the nut flush. And I think Jachtmann can get away from this quite easily. But Ronny's going to stick around, who also has the club draw. Backdoor hearts. He also has a good shot to the low straight. So Ronny's going to show interest here. Jachtmann checked. Now Rob has checked. And watch your check raise come here from Rob. This is certainly a play in his arsenal. And he just flats. And that's reasonable. And Jachtmann gets out of the way. And the jack comes and it gives Rob a good shot to the straight. It also gives Kaiser the same good shot. And Kaiser goes in front, hitting that jack. And he's going to continue, and Rob is going nowhere here. Rob is going to continue here. And I would not rule out a raise by Rob Young. He's looking for a club or a 10. A 4 or an 8 would also win it for him. And this is what he's doing. This is what this guy is capable of. It was a 32,000 bet, and the pot is 100,000, and a pair of jacks is in the lead. And this is a toss of a coin now, but Kaiser is big favourite. But a 5 comes, and this is a real scare card for Ronny. Both have missed. Ronny is ahead. And Rob decides to check. And it's going to be interesting. Does Ronny feel that he can only win this pot by betting? Because I'm positive he's not confident. He'd be playing the ace jack for second pair and putting Rob on some combination including a king. It'd be very reasonable. So Ronny, he's going to bet this, I think. There's 100,000 out there. Ronny has a 1, but he doesn't realise that. And what's going through his mind is Rob holding a king would be quite reasonable, or a 5. Now, he wouldn't get Rob off a 5, and he's realising that as well. That's going through his mind. But he may get him off a king. And that's why I feel Ronny is going to push here. And he decides against it, and he's going to be quite surprised here that his ace jack will take down 100,000 pot. And that's a relief. And that was Ronny versus Rob Young. Expect more of the same. Look at Ronny Kaiser, 70,000 profit
Wir sind nur Zuschauer hier.
after just 30 minutes of play.
Wir sind nur Zuschauer. Leider natürlich auch. We are just spectators. Heads up.
And Jachtmann making the point, we are all just spectators. And he's referring to Ronny and Rob and the massive pots these guys have been playing with each other for the last 2 days. That's a great start for Ronny Kaiser. Jachtmann 3, 5, 6, 7, spades and diamonds, but both suits are covered. But it's the clubs that come, and it's a good flop for Oki. And Oki from Serbia, big Iron Maiden fan. Just to confirm, we are five-handed, and it looks like it will remain that way. And Davin has straddled to 200 and Rob Young to 400. And Oki has the button. And Oki folds. Jachtmann with the jacks and the threes. Flats called. Davin is called, but Rob Young is not content with the size of the pot, and with the pair of nines, the weakest starting hand here has raised it up. Jachtmann has the jacks and the threes, he has the clubs. Rob has the spades, but Davin has the bigger spades, and 5,000 now pre-flop. And nobody holding an ace. But Davin has the hearts.
Very slow process.
And Davin correctly bets it out, takes it down, takes down a nice pot. And you're watching Davin George from Germany. He's an Omaha specialist, absolute giant online. Back 2010, 2011, MTW Davin on PokerStars.
They always have this like 1 week on hold or something. Harry told me he lost like every second time he lost his
So he was
the
playing
money.
again, yeah?
Yeah. He withdrew it, so it was on hold. He lost all, and then okay, cancel. Because it's there 1 week, you just need to press cancel, and it's back in your account.
That is very easy, simple. Press one. Stop the whole process. Press one button.
I left like 8:10.
And I came in for breakfast this morning at 9 o'clock, and there was Rob watching the exit hand of Leon in the Super Bowl high roller. Railed him all night. We had it live here in Kings, broadcast on all the TVs. It was really very exciting. And in the end, the Kings owner, Leon Soren Kernick, cash for 1.8 million. Jachtmann was also railing. It was very exciting here in the poker room. But the buzz out there now, guys, it really is electric. The poker room is packed. The cash games are full. The satellite is running at the moment for the 2,000 high roller that starts later on. I believe there's a 200,000 guarantee. There's the final of the 500 Omaha, 30,000 guarantee. And we go straight into the Party Poker Live tomorrow. We'll be bringing you the Cash Kings tomorrow. We'll be bringing you a no limit hold'em. And we promise to have some really big names. And Cash Kings living up to its wild reputation again with fast and furious start to this session. We're scheduled for 100 hands. We're 5-handed. Davin George, Rob Yong, Oki from Serbia,
Which media are you?
Jan-Peter Jachtmann, and this guy, Ronny Kaiser, arguably
Are you from the team of
one of the top Omaha players in the world. And how often do we see him come out on the top end of these sessions? He has a phenomenal record here in Kings. Phenomenal record online. His history online is awesome. And he's transferred now to live cash. He plays mainly Omaha, some other mixed games. And top two pair for Kaiser here. And that's a good shot straight for Jachtmann, who also hits that king. Nobody's playing the diamonds, but Kaiser has a heart draw, so Kaiser's going nowhere. He's two pair in the hearts. And the diamonds come. Jachtmann has one pair of kings with an ace kicker. Kaiser has the sixes and eights. That's a 1,500 bet. And ordinarily, this would be a standard fold on a board like that with the diamonds and the straight draws. But this game doesn't play like standard games. And that's why you see Ronny calling. And Ronny's going to scoop that pot. And Jachtmann won't be happy with that call. blinds are 100 as you see listed on the top of your scoreboard. There is a straddle to 200. I believe the 200 straddle is mandatory. However, most of the players, and when I say most, I say all of the players apart from Davin straddle to 400. And you see action now on Davin, and it's 200 to call. And Rob Young with hearts and clubs, and he makes it 600. And Oki calls with the hearts, and Kaiser with tens, and that's a 4 of a kind for Kaiser, and he's absolutely pumped here, and he's just going to let Rob bang away at this. Rob has hit a good shot, a 2 pair, but believe me, Rob is smart enough. It's a bad card for Rob, and a 9 on the river would be absolute disaster. And spades and diamonds are there. I think we're going to see Ronny pull the trigger now. Rob does smell something. He's just making it a tiny bet of 600. And that's good fold from Rob. He's a very strong live cash player, Rob Young, very strong. Has a real intuition for where he's at in hands, and we just seen him prove that there. Ronny was all over that. He flopped quads and pulled the trigger on the turn. In hindsight, perhaps it would have been better to give Rob another blast. Maybe hope Rob hits a house or the fatal disaster of hitting a 9 on the river. And we have Oki from Serbia. Bit of a nightmare day yesterday. Just couldn't get anything going. And he's raised it here with 8853. Jachtmann has re-raised, it looks like, with the hearts and clubs. And Oki here now. Absolute trash, but
Let's play many hands now.
almost always right to call a 3-bet in position in this game. It's a flop game. Anything can happen. And so many times you win the hand in a completely different fashion to what you expected pre-flop. And Oki has hit that flop with a up and down straight draw. Jachtmann bets 5,000 with the 7, and Jachtmann snaps. And it's an all-in pot, 36,000. And Oki in pretty good shape here, considering his starting hand. But Jachtmann has so many cards to hit to go ahead. And that's not one of them. And that's a straight for Oki. And Dan Thomas, how are you, Dan? Who was the biggest winners last night? Jan-Peter Jachtmann, after that bluff he pulled on Oki and Davin. When Oki had the set of 10s and Davin had the second nut straight, I believe. And that brought him up to about 40,000 profit. They did play on later. They played on for several hours after that. I really don't know what the outcome of that was. They were up in the private section in the poker room, and I spoke to them earlier in the night, and they were kind of joking with each other, and Jachtmann was giving the guys a bit of stick about their fold, But yes, Jachtmann was 40,000 profit. Rob, he was up 50 plus at one stage. He finished on around 35,000 up. And Ronny Kaiser was also in profit. And Jachtmann is chasing the straight draw with the diamonds out there, and Kaiser has made the house. So Kaiser now almost a lock in the hand. Jachtmann is drawing dead to a 10. There's 2 left, and Kaiser has hit that house and he checks it and sets the trap for Jachtmann, and Jachtmann bets out 1,500. And it'll be great just to see a flat here, and that's what Ronny does. And regardless of what comes, you're going to see Ronny check again, because you know Jachtmann is pretty loose with his river bluffs. That's what Kaiser does. And Jachtmann's been caught so many times by Ronny. So Jan Peter is thinking twice about firing here, and he gives it up, and he knows his 10s are no good on that board, and Kaiser takes it down. And great start for Ronny. Same story. Every time I'm here, Ronny seems to be the one winning. He's a tremendously successful win rate in these PLO games.
You're not coming back tonight?
And I'm just looking at some of the comments, and I can't read this person's name. I'm colorblind, but the contribution is, can you stop saying these players are good? They are all weak except Kaiser. And that's very interesting. And thank you so much for coming on and sharing with us. And I appreciate your comments. Can you elaborate a bit? Because in my unqualified, humble opinion, there is a vast mix here, but the credentials are quite astounding in PLO. This guy Davin on your left, his background is high stakes PLO online and crush the games. That's Davin in seat 1. This guy Oki just won the PLO Scoop High for 3. This guy in the t-shirt from Serbia, huge live cash winner, won the high scoop just 2 weeks ago, 360,000. Then you have Jan Peter Jachtmann, who is the world champion PLO main event at the WSOP, the 10K buy-in. He's the bracelet winner. And then no introductions needed for Ronny, obviously. So I think their backgrounds, to me, give them great credibility. And Dan asking about the winners last night. The big winner last night was Jan Peter Jachtmann. He was 40,000 in profit. And Rob was 35,000 in profit. And Ronny came out with a little bit profit in the end. But the big losers were Oki and Davin. And Jachtmann with the aces. And Oki here. Folds the kings. That's our scoreboard. Davin's in the hole for 20. Rob is down 30. Jan-Peter Jachtmann is down 18. And Kaiser up almost 80 grand, and we're just in the early part of our PLO cash game. And his name is Sig Troll. Okay, well that's a little bit of a tell, that name. And Sig Troll, you are so welcome, and so nice to have you here. Thank you so much for your positive contribution. Stay with us. And any sign of cricket tonight, Simon? I'm guessing that Cooper thinks I'm Simon Trumper, and I'm not. My name is Fintan Gavin from Ireland, and no sign of Sam. Not sure what the story is with Sam, but many players have just arrived in town. I could see the car park outside my hotel was full this morning, and as I came into the poker room earlier on, I bumped into many players who just arrived in the last day or two. Place is hopping, and we're watching here a Cash King special. It's in Omaha. The blinds, as you can see, are 100, 100. We're in hand number 20. It's a mandatory straddle to 200. And Davin has the 200 in, so the action will be on Oki, who's on the button. And if you've just joined us, we've already seen 100k pot. And you're so welcome, Cool Music Guy. Thank you for your comments. And Jimmy, what did you think of Leon's jam with ace 10? And it was a real treat to watch that Super Bowl high roller. Pure entertainment, and most of the action was from Leon, who really acquitted himself in such a high fashion. When all the favors spoke very favorably of him, and the commentators. And I was sitting beside Rob Young when he made that jam, and Rob was jumping up and down going crazy. It was like Rob had a slice of him or something. But yeah, he was very unfortunate. He ran into the aces, and there's not many hands that can call him there, but he was unfortunate that the German pro had the aces. And he still was live on the turn. He picked up diamonds and 1.8 million. You could see by his exit interview he wasn't disappointed whatsoever. He gave a really good show, and I believe he's done quite well in the gaming area also. So a really good trip for Leon, and the staff and players here are so proud of him. It really was something special. It was on all night, the stream, broadcast on all the TVs here. But now we are back to our 100-100, and both Davin and Jachtmann have hit an ace. And nobody is playing the hearts, and that's a straight draw on the flush board for Kaiser. Jachtmann betting it out, 900. That's straight. Sorry, I'm reading this wrong. It's Davin who's continued in the hand. Kaiser is folded.
You understand?
And Jachtmann at it again. And Davin might find a call here because Jachtmann pulled a few moves on him yesterday. And Jan Peter really rubbed it in at the cash table afterwards. So Davin is trying to find a call, but it's such a dangerous board. There's straights, there's flush. Board is paired, and all Davin is playing is A6. He can't find it, and Jachtmann gets it through. And look, Mum No Hands is Caster in love with Leon. And thanks for joining us, Look Mum No Hands. I was more in love with the broadcast from the area. I thought it was really top class poker, very entertaining. And I was very proud that Leon held himself so well there, played against the best and was as good, if not better than a lot of them. So sorry for overly expressing my opinions. And I've been asked here from Cool Music Guy, Finton, do you prefer Omar or Hold'em? Hold'em is so slower and less action than Omar has. Since I've switched, I can never go back, and I know exactly how you feel, Cool Music Guy. And in my opinion, it's the Omaha's way better for as a cash game, and Hold'em is way better as tournament. So that's my honest opinion, and very hard for me to play Hold'em cash, but I love to play a little bit of Omaha cash, and I believe that no limit Hold'em as a tournament is, you just cannot get better. The strategy and different levels, such a buzz, the no limit Hold'em. Right here now we're watching a PLO 100-100 with Rob Young is all over that flop. And he has two pair, straight draw, flush draw, and he's betted out and the Kaiser is called. And it's not a fantastic card for Rob, but he still continues.
Come on, Ronny.
Roony, come on, Roony. Roony.
Roony.
You can call him Roony.
Trying to pedal the nuts, man.
Roony.
And Rob trying to create some action there. That's where all the pots were coming from yesterday.
Roony's best days have gone.
And Jan Peter saying Ronnie's best days have gone. And there really is good banter between these guys.
He almost never played in the last year, yeah? With Mourinho.
Yeah, but you score like a very, very good free kick.
How's Manchester doing anyway?
They're solid. I lose money on them this year.
They reached the Champions League because of winning this European.
Because of Eurocup.
How much?
How did they finish in the Premier League?
Fifth. But they're in Champions League because obviously they win the
Eurocup.
I back Liverpool and Man U for top four.
Was war das? Glaube ich, in Italien gab es so ein Team.
Italien?
In Italien gab es ein Team, das wirklich hoffnungslos zurück war. Und in den letzten 9 Runden, glaube ich, mehr Punkte als der Meister gemacht.
In der ersten Liga?
Dann nicht abgestiegen sind.
Das habe ich nicht mitbekommen, weil die italienische Liga kennen die immer nur Juventus.
Alle Spiele, glaube ich, über 20 Punkte geholt.
Ich weiß nur, der HSV ist drin geblieben.
Das ist alles, was zählt. Nächstes Jahr geht der Kampf weiter.
Charles the Lizard, thank you for joining us. The minimum buy-in here was 10,000, and Oki here, you see in the screen, and the T-shirt bought in for the 10,000, but he quickly reloaded and made it 40,000. Rob Young brought in for 100,000. Ronny Kaiser brought in for 100,000, and both Davin and Jachtmann bought in for 20, but both have reloaded. So the player is entitled to buy in for 10, but no player is buying in for 10. There's already well over 300,000 in play, and we're very in the early start of this session. And Davin has turned 2 pair. And Jachtmann also hitting the king. Davin bets his top 2 pair. That's the scoreboard. Davin is down 20, so he's in for 40,000 total. And Rob is playing 170,000 in front of him. He's down 30, so he's in for 200,000. And Ronnie's up 73, he's in for 100,000. So there's actually 400k plus on the table.
Chelsea, I guess.
And that's extremely healthy for a 5-handed early part of the session. So expect some really sensational pots to come. I've no doubt we're going to hit bigger pots than yesterday. We had 140,000 pot was yesterday, the biggest pot. And Rob is on the straddle to 400 with the kings. And Gavin has gone, you're going to see a raise here, a pot bet. Sorry, Oki was on the button and he had raised it. And now Rob, who has Oki crushed, makes it 3,000. Rob playing the hearts, Oki playing the clubs, but Rob has the kings and the spades. And that's 2 hearts. So Rob's going to continue at this, and Oki has none of it and will fold the 5,000 bet.
Could be behind. It looks nice, yeah.
What is finished?
Was? Ja, ja. Für mich noch Full House.
You made full house. You have to play though.
And for the benefit of viewers that have recently joined us, that's the scoreboard. You're looking at Cash Kings PLO. 100 is the blinds. That's what it costs to play a hand. €100, €100. There's a mandatory 200 straddle. And you can see the chip stacks are quite varying. Rob Young is reloaded to just cover Kaiser, because Kaiser's up to 170k in front of him. So Rob now has bought in for an additional 100 grand. So Rob playing also 170k. So we've well over 400,000 in play on the table. And that's Jan-Peter Jachtmann in your screen, the German party poker ambassador. He's a mixed game specialist. He runs and owns the German poker news site. Don't ask me how to pronounce it, but find out all about him on the internet. A real gentleman, guys. I mean, when I met this guy first, I didn't like him. I thought he was moody. I just kept out of his way. And I commentated on a few games, and I just didn't really have any warm feelings for him. And I've got to know him over the last few months, and he really is a genuine character. He loves this game of mixed. Won't play the hold'em, plays all the mixed games. And believe me, he's a genuine person. He really is a gentleman. And he spices up these games. He gives a lot of action as well. Top quality bloke. And that's Kaiser there, who'll be sitting to his immediate left, who's just having a little snack. Having a good day so far, Ronny. And he flops the diamonds here, Ronny. And the diamond comes home and he makes a baby flush. And it's 4,700 in the pot. And if it's checked around to Ronny, he's going to value bet here. No, he decides to control the pot. There's so many bigger flushes beating him. And it's checked around to him. He's going to value bet now for sure. But he won't get any action.
9 Jack or 9-6?
Flush.
Royal.
And Ronny says a royal flush because that's what was out there. There was the ace, queen, 10 of diamonds. That's the scoreboard, lads. There's 430,000 in play. Jan Peter playing 22, Oki playing 27, and Davin playing 21. And everybody is down except Ronny, who's 76,000 in profit. And it's Rob who's almost 30,000 down. But that won't bother Rob. First half an hour yesterday, he was 40k behind. Made a 100 grand turnaround. He was 60k up at one stage. Finished, I believe, 35,000 in profit.
Is it euro or Czech crowns? Euro. Euro is a lot. But, okay.
And
Sometimes.
Oki has raised it here to 2,300.
Den nicht nachmachen.
And Jachtmann asking what currency that is. And he calls with the spades. And it looks like we're going to go four-way here with Davin and Rob Yong with the jacks. And it's an ace-high flop. That's two-player for Jachtmann with a good shot straight. And Oki has flopped the clubs. He was the pre-flop aggressor. He was the one that potted it pre-flop. He's flopped clubs. And he's decided to continue. There's 10,000 in the pot, and he bets 4,800. And Jachtmann, who's all over that board, quickly puts his money in. And Davin is going to fold. He's none of it. And Rob Young is going to get out of the way also. So the action is going to be back to Oki, who has a decision to make.
20,200.
All he has is the bad clubs, and he'd probably take a spin with Jachtmann if he could see his cards, but what's going to infuriate him is the club draw he'd be chasing is not the nut club draw, and that Jachtmann could be playing a higher flush. So that's quite annoying for him, and it's one of the reasons that's going to force him to fold, I think. He's 20k behind. He's had a bad start again today, and I don't believe he's going to chase here, because even if he hits, he could be dead. Jachtmann 2 pair, straight draw. And
Enough change. That's my standard.
Oki with the 10 high flush draw. And he's not giving it up easy, but he is under a lot of stress here because very often he could be completely crushed, he could be drawing dead. He's no possible straight. He actually has his backdoor straight. A king queen would give him a Broadway straight, but that's not what he'd be chasing. He'd be chasing the clubs. But the problem is they're only 10 high, and that's the reason that he's going to fold to Jachtmann, who's going to show him a card. I'm not sure which one it is, but he really can wind the players up, Jan Peter. He's good fun.
Very good card.
I think Jachtmann didn't have any club in his hand. Not sure which. Oh, they asked to run it. And the pain continues for Davin, who's down 20 grand, Rob down 30 grand. Oki, after losing that pot, is down 20 grand, and Jan Peter clawing his way back, and he's still minus 5 grand. There's only one winner, and that is Ronny Kaiser, and the seat to the very right in the red top from Switzerland. And thank you, guys. We are in King's Casino in Rozvadov. This is the home of live poker in Europe, the biggest poker venue in Europe. And the greatest action in Europe is right here in this venue. Every day, 24/7. There's a gigantic poker room. I don't even know how many tables here. I believe it's 160 tables plus. There will be even more when the 5-star new edition hotel is complete. It's a 220 odd bedrooms with like 20 something suites on the top floor and a fitness, spa, wellness center. This will all be complete by August, and we have the World Series of Poker confirmed. It's found a home now in Europe, and it's here, right here in King's. 11 bracelets, I believe, and includes the 111,000 one drop. And already confirmed Ivy, Helmet, all the big name stars in the world. It's already 75 players have booked for this 111,000. I believe it's 10 million guaranteed. It's capped at 70 players. And that's a Jachtmann with 2 pair. Kaiser is all over that with the 10 jack, queen king, and he bets 4,000, and I feel Rob will fold here. And again, and this is Jachtmann. 2 pair moves in. Rob's going to lose his 4,000 because no way are jacks good here, and he's going to realise that.
How much is it?
5-4.
21-4.
Yes.
So Kaiser he's looking for a 7, 10, jack, queen. The only problem is Rob has 2 of the jacks and Jachtmann is 1 of the 10s. So as you can see, Jachtmann is favourite, but I feel Ronny will probably go with this. He's good profit so far, and he'll probably take a punt. That's what he does, and Rob is going to get out of the way. He made a very speculative call with the jacks, and he's going to realise now he's absolutely no good. So it's Jachtmann and Kaiser. They may opt to run it twice. And a 6. It's good for Jachtmann. And he increases his lead. But Ronny calls, it's only 11,000 more, so Ronny completely priced in here. There's no flush draw. So Ronny looking for a 7, 10, Jack, Queen.
Wait. Big pot.
And they may opt to run it twice. I'm not sure.
2 times.
2 times. I've just heard Jachtmann, who's in the lead, confirm that. And that's no good for Kaiser, but it does give him pair kings. Sorry, that's the river. So he loses the first one, Kaiser, and he loses the second one.
Wind of change. Come on, my friend. I said wind of change.
The whistling helps.
Whistling.
Whistling
The
helps.
whistler.
And that's a very sizable pot.
Let's go.
For Jachtmann. He says the winds of change. He was the biggest winner yesterday, and
Whistler.
he's continuing in the same form. He's 35,000 in profit after that pot. That was a monster pot. That was 40,000 plus. And Ronny, even after losing that, is still 42,000 up. The big loser is Rob Yong, 36,000 down.
Jan, you did a good dodge there.
Dodge, yeah. I'm dodging bullets.
And if you've just joined us,
Phil Helmut,
you're watching a Cash King special
baby and
from King's Casino. It's a €100, mandatory €200 straddle. We're looking at a 5-handed game. We can just see 3 of Rob's cards, the Jack, 10, 8, and he makes it 1600. And the Kaiser is going to play.
Three pair. Gut shot. But
Very amateur play, I think.
That's 2 pair for Rob.
always
And
trying to
it's
go to an opening.
Top pair for Kaiser with backdoor hearts.
Manage.
3-5.
And Kaiser showing interest here.
And then chickens out and runs it twice.
You know what? You look like today. You look like Bruce Willis.
And that's a full house for Rob. There's 10,000 in the pot. Ronny checks it to Rob, and Rob checks back, hoping that a diamond comes, so Ronny can potentially fill a draw. But it's the 7 of hearts. Does give a straight, but Ronny doesn't have it. So Ronny's just checking this back in the hope for a showdown. But Rob's having none of that and makes it about 9,000, I believe.
Müssen wir 2,500, dann kommst du meinen Turm mal bauen.
And Rob doing a bit of business as he scoops in a pot, and that's the scoreboard, guys. Our big winner is Kaiser, along with Jachtmann, who's 35k up, and Rob is down 30, and both Davin and Oki from Serbia are both down 20,000.
Jachtmann's confident. Yeah. Make the game more interesting.
There's almost
Normally it's just crying.
450,000.
Come on.
It's a guts of €500,000 that's in play on this table already in the first half of the session. And we see a straddle here from Jachtmann up to 400. Who's turned it around.
I mean, if you win
Robbie's a good shot.
if you win the 70,
And Robbie is having a bit of a joke with Kaiser about a hand they played last night where Rob hit a good shot.
It's very poor to put your money in with your bet. Very poor. It's like almost, I would describe it as desperation rather than poor. Two pairs.
Tilting.
You know, I folded. Bottom set.
And JJ,
Yeah, good fold.
can you comment on Kaiser's flop call versus
Good fold.
Now I need to adjust the
Jachtmann?
fishing factor.
And
Your fishing factor was there.
turned
your
out it
fishing
was
factor's now gone to
percentages
there,
were
so I
very
need to
close.
Did you sleep well?
60-40 or closer.
adjust the losing night last night.
It's always hard to sleep after.
But many of Ronnie's outs were already in play. Rob had folded the jacks. And Jachtmann was holding
Check cookie.
a 10. And we've seen Jachtmann's 2-pair hold. And we are watching 4-way action here now. Oki looking at a bet here from Rob Young. And Oki has the spades.
Get in there.
He has a straight draw. Jachtmann gets out of the way. And Kaiser with the ace-2 with a straight draw also, but he gives it up. And it's Oki versus Rob, and Oki's in bad shape, and that's going to end the hand.
Just waiting to see where the spade came.
And Rob correctly deduces that Oki's following a flush draw. And all Rob has is the bare 9s.
Come on, Jachtmann.
And
have some heart. Come into the pot.
thinks he's bluffing, but
Don't hit and run,
he
Ronny.
was actually ahead with the pair of 9s.
Ronny's coming here from Switzerland.
I have more heart than you can even imagine.
Ronny wants a game, anyway, just double up for him and then...
Balls and heart. I have enough. Don't talk about that.
And Oki now down 25,000.
More money and just try to put us in the sandwich.
In Holden, the top 2 pairs, big hand, yeah? But, you know, my heart is not so big. It's a very vulnerable
sorry,
hand.
I don't speak your language. I'm German. I have to.
Two pairs.
A German Coast Guard.
Postcard.
It's like the Jan
What
Jachtmann
are
School
you
of,
thinking about?
School of Omaha. Nobody would...
We are sinking.
Sinking. Also meinst du?
Here is the German Coast Guard.
Aber ich kenne das noch nicht, aber ich finde es lustig im Sinking schon. We are sinking. What are you sinking?
And Davin has made it 1400. And Oki is coming along for the ride. And Kaiser shows his set of 3s to Jachtmann before he folds.
Jan Jachtmann School.
And
Pot Limit Omaha.
it's Davin versus
Call with a
Oki.
shit hand, hit 2 pair, and you pull
Can't see
your money in.
Davin's other card.
You'll never be in good shape against any four.
And depending on what Davin's other card is,
And then don't play another pot to really wind up the guy you
could have a potential straight draw. There's several straight combinations he could have. He could have the made straight if he has the 10, but he's not betting, so doesn't seem likely.
Set of deuces.
I jack 8. I was going to make a play on
It's
Ronny.
gone check, check here again.
Would not work out, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's definitely the straight for Davin now at this stage.
Give me a straight, check.
I have jack 8. I'm just going to make a move with the jacks.
And
Some
Davin
straights.
with the nut straight.
Would have been a nasty one if Jan wasn't there with his 2 pairs.
This hand went not perfect.
You have to keep the pigeons in the game, though, Ronny.
Yeah.
No
And
pigeons in the
nothing
game.
going well for
You know how
Oki.
it is when he's up.
Yeah.
It's game over.
Never, it's fully
Had a
locked up.
brutal session yesterday.
You
And
have to go to
it's the
Mr.
same start today. It is early days, things can change quite rapidly in this fast-paced, very loose playing Omaha session. The blinds are 100-100 with a mandatory 200 straddle. You can see Kaiser there on the right-hand side in the red top, putting in his €200.
The band picture.
There's 450,000 euro in play,
No disrespect to my Swiss
and
friend.
Gavin will be first to act.
You haven't played one hand since you screwed in with your two pair.
Just two
pair. Same.
And Gavin with the low rundown straight cards,
So it's pretty screwed.
flat calls. Rob Young folds on the button, and Oki calls. With Gavin actually raised with the low rundown,
Okay, please cut.
and Jachtmann called with the queens, and Ronny Kaiser has called also. So we four-way action. And it's spades, no one playing the flush spades. And it's checked around. It's 10-7-2 flop. That's two pair for Oki. Up and down straight draw for Davin. That's a full boat. And Oki checks, looking for action, but it's checked around. No one falls for the trap. And the 10-8 of Oki, and checked when he was first to act, waiting for action. Nobody bites,
Forgot to bet.
and takes down a small
A lot
pot.
of streets.
It's been nice. Come on, yeah. This is for you. Plays out of position. I will only call with a premium. I promise not to book you. You have one of those boxes you put over the chips? We have? Yeah?
Oh, wow.
The best when you whine a little about that. Just almost 100% chance of me raising it. If I don't raise here, you know that my cards are diabolical.
And Rob having a little whinge about his cards, but it's never stopped him before. So I'm not sure what's changed.
We got him. Nobody's got past it there. Nice pop for someone here. There we go.
Family.
Die Zehner. Ein runden Zehner.
Pfeifen.
And Rob Young with the
Please keep the cards at the table, please. Thank you.
good shot straight flush
Juggling them
draw.
with my
Please, dangerous.
sleeveless t-shirt.
Come on.
Oki has the sevens, two blockers to the straight, to the possible straight. And
You have 8-5, yeah?
5-2.
he is also a good shot.
5-2, 10.
And he's thinking of playing here. It's a 5,000 bet. And there's many players to act after him,
Two pair.
so it'd be quite crazy to call there, but
Look at this beautiful hand.
Take it down.
and Rob shows
Straight flush, please.
his straight flush draw
Straight hand.
and takes down the pot.
Oh, look, this gets
Look,
better. Two
better
pair,
and better and better.
two pair, and then maybe.
Und?
Alles gut für
And
euch.
players, if you've just joined us,
Jetzt, ich steige später in das Turnier ein. Ne?
we are in Kings Casino, Rozvadov. We're broadcasting live. We're looking at a Cash Kings PLO. It's 100-100 as described on your screen, and that means it's €100, €100 blinds. There's a mandatory 200 straddle, And that's your scoreboard. We have Ronny, Kaiser, and Jan-Peter Jachtmann are the two winners, 30k plus each. And it's pretty painful for Davin and Oki. We're both on having a bad session. My name is Fintan Gavin. I'm going to be with you for the duration of this special editions cash game.
Against him, not against him, because he told me you have to play that. And I play that and I win that.
We are here all week. We have an additional cash game tomorrow. No limit hold'em, I understand.
This is Jan's one.
We also have the Party Poker Millions. That's 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. We'll be bringing you all the action from that. I'm going to be joined by a few guests throughout the stream just to kill the monotony of listening to me all the time. So please do stay with us. I appreciate you coming on. And thank you for your contributions. We're looking at Jachtmann now with top set. But Rob has betted out with the queens. And Jachtmann trying to inflate the pot as quickly and aggressively as possible because he knows Rob is an action player. And Rob has called this, he's fell for it. And Rob in very bad shape here. He's holding his own outs. One of the queens that he needs is in his own hand. And Jachtmann in great shape. And that's a king. And it's a good card probably for Rob because it's an overcard to his queens. And he's checked. There's 10k in the pot and Jachtmann with the set of jacks is going to continue. And it's going to be so hard for Rob to keep going here. He's in absolute dire straits and positive he's going to figure that out. He's only beaten the bluff. And it just so happens that Jachtmann has the goods.
You don't have to hit something.
And Rob has called ninth. He's put 9,000 in here and he's 3%. And the pot is almost 30,000. And the hearts come. So that might slow Jachtmann down. He's last to act. And Rob might make a play for this. This is incredible. Rob has bet the pot, I think. No, it just looks like 8,200. So this is pressure now on Jachtmann because the hearts have come home.
Back to flush again, or what?
Is it part of the rules that you have to tell people what hands you have in this casino?
And it's very reasonable for Jachtmann to put him on a heart. The bet is 8,000. I would have thought that Rob would make it bigger because I feel that Jachtmann's going to play this. And it looks like Jachtmann has raised. And this is way above my pay grade, guys. Why is he raising here? He's turning his set of jacks into a bluff. That's what it looks like. I think Jachtmann figures Rob for a baby flush that came via the back door. And Jachtmann is unwilling to give up the pot, so He's turned his winning set of jacks into a bluff.
I don't think I can fold this hand.
And this is quite extraordinary.
It was creative.
And Rob just did 42,000. And I'm not sure what happened there. Did we get the graphics right?
It's good information. It's an investment.
A classic future investment.
Yeah. Such a bad call.
And from what I've seen on the graphics, Rob bet 8,000 on the river when the hearts came, and Jachtmann made it 28,000 with the set of jacks. And please help me here, viewers, if that was correct.
Don't let me down.
And Rob now is down 60k, and you'll probably see him reload to get his stack
Hit me with your bet.
up to cover Ronny, because he doesn't like to be short. He likes to have a stack as big as the chip leader, so he can potentially double up. And he's flopped a straight flush draw here, Rob. And Kaiser is also the diamonds.
Nice hand here.
And I think this game is going to get
This is
a lot bigger.
against this hand.
Oh no, they can be screwed easily, can't they?
I was not even kidding.
And we are pan 37. Blinds are 100, 100.
One time no strap because I need to run to the toilet.
You can have toilet break, can't you?
Looks like gold.
Ronny, Hände waschen.
And we're watching Oki versus Davin. And these are the two players that had pretty bad sessions yesterday. And they're having more of the same today. And it's Oki versus Davin. Davin is called with the two pair. And Oki has the made straight, but Davin has two pair and the clubs, and the clubs come. So Davin makes 15,000 profit, and the pain continues for Oki. And for the benefit of viewers that have recently joined us, this is part of a week-long festival here in Kings Casino Rozvadov. We're watching a Cash King special. You can see it's PLO €100, €100. That are the chip stacks. Rob Yong playing 145,000 and Ronny Kaiser playing 130,000. And Oki has reloaded now for 50,000. So we have a €500,000 in play on the table. And expect the pots to get bigger and bigger. And Rob making a 2,000 pre with the tens, clubs and hearts. And Davin is going to play with the 3, 8, 9, 10. He also has the hearts. That's a good shot for Davin, and it's gone check, check. And the 4 changes nothing. It does bring clubs for Rob though. So Rob bets it out. And a bet will probably get through here because Davin is just chasing a good shot on a flush draw board and a paired board. And we're going to see Davin muck here and the button move on to the next hand. A Michigan player making a comment with regards to Rob Young's play, saying that Rob needs to play a little more reckless. His flop call last hand was too solid. And I'm positive that's tongue-in-cheek. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Keep the comments coming. We love the interaction here. We love to bring you this broadcast. There's so much fantastic poker here in Kings Casino. It really is the well-deserved home of live poker. And we're going to be here all week. We're bringing you another cash session tomorrow. And then we have the Party Poker Millions. It's a million guaranteed, 1,000 buy-in. And I'm going to be with you for the duration of the festival. And I'm going to bring in a few guests from time to time, just to help your ears not to bleed as much. So please stay with us, guys. And it looks like we have a family pot here. And Rob is betting it out. He has the good shot, backdoor clubs. And Davin also has a good shot, but Rob is holding 2 of his cards, the 5s. He's looking for a 5. And 20,000 now in the pot. And it's 3-way. And Oki comes along with the jacks and hits that 2. So Oki now taking the lead. And it's a bad card for Rob because it gives him a straight flush draw. But Oki way out in front. And Rob checks. So action now on the button. Last act, Oki. Checked into him by Davin and Yong. And he's going to have a crack at this. And it looks like 12,000. How we fix that? And just let me know, does that sound okay, guys? And we're looking at a 12,000 bet by Oki. And Davin, he has a good shot. He's in bad shape, Davin. He's drawing to 2 5s that are out there and 2 kings. And he's probably going to get away from this. I can't see him continuing with Rob to act after him. He's playing 23k behind. If he puts in 12 here, he's committing himself. There's a probability of Rob playing, and just bear with me while we get this sound right, guys. And I'm really not sure what Davin is considering here, because he's not beating anything. It's a 3-way pot. The board is paired. And he does fold. Let me know how that sound is, please, guys, will you? We're just doing a few adjustments here. And Rob folds, and that's a sizable pot for Oki, one of the first of the day. And that's our scoreboard, guys. Rob Young in the hole for 60k. And we can see the big winner now is Jachtmann, Jan-Peter Jachtmann. And we're just testing out sound here. So let me know how that mic sounds. I'm going to have a guest joining me soon, guys. I know your ears are probably bleeding now at this stage. So I'm going to try and mix things up. I've invited one of my good friends who I've met earlier on. The place is absolutely buzzing here. The poker room is just crammed. All the players arriving in today for this festival. And I really appreciate you joining us for this is day 2 of the Cash King special. And it's a really fast start. We've already €500,000 in play, 500,000 euros out there. And Rob now has flop trips, and it's against Jachtmann, who has a up and down straight, and he's also hit the jack. And sorry about the sound there, guys. Just let me know how is that good, that sound?
There's more.
How much did you want?
19 is possible.
Just let me know how that sound is good. And now the ace has come. So there's spades and diamonds there. And Rob is in the lead. He has the 9. And he's betted out 19,000. And Jachtmann smartly gives it up. And please let me know how that sound is, guys, because we're just after doing a few little checks here and we're trying to get best possible sound for you guys. Let me know, is that satisfactory? And as I promised, guys, I have a guest. My good friend Jonty from the UK is in the house. Jonty,
How you doing?
what's happening? Thank you so much for joining me.
What's that I'm about for the festival. It's a fantastic festival.
You just arrived, Jonty.
Just arrived, but still managed to jump into a satellite.
Brilliant.
With 10 minutes left of late reg, and now we are consequently out.
And just for our viewers at home, Jonty is a superstar.
I think that's a little over the top.
No way. No, it's not. He's one of the young and upcoming players for the future. Keep an eye out for him. You have your own session on Twitch, you broadcast, Jonty, is that correct?
That's right. I've been doing Twitch with Party Poker once a week. I've done it 4 or 5 times now. I actually won a seat for this event on Twitch on my first
for the 1,000 main event,
yeah,
yes.
for the 1K main event. So I won it like the first stream I did.
There you go. He is a superstar. I told you this.
In for the minimum.
In for the main, out for the max.
That's the plan.
And is this your first time, Jonty, here to King's Casino?
It is. I mean, my other half's been here a couple of times. She does some of the events organisation, so she's been here a couple of times in the last 2 months. But
and
it's an impressive. It's a very impressive place.
It's top class. And just for our viewers, Jonty is the VIP Party Poker manager's better half, Rachel.
That's correct.
And you'll see Rachel at all the Party Poker live festivals. She really adds a real freshness and buzz to the festivals. She's top class professional. And Jonty, what do you talk to me about the floor out there, the tables and the clicker chips and
absolutely
the action that's going there 24/7.
It's crazy. It's really such a mad busy place. It's packed as well for this festival. It's amazing. And look at this pot here. We're going to see some action there, you know.
And thank you for helping me out, Jonty, because I'm missing so many hands here.
So look, Rob's swapped the nuts with blockers to the nuts, and obviously Davin has got the nuts and a redraw to the flush, and then you've got someone with a set there as well with a flush draw. Hard to see that anyone's going to go away. There you go.
So,
I love PLO as well. This is totally my kind of game.
Brilliant. So we have Rob is facing a 7,200 call from a raise from Davin. Kaiser bet out a set, and Davin is raised. Rob is just flatting with the nuts.
Yeah, that's probably the best play. I think. Yeah, you need to call the value at your river. I think he doesn't want to get a load of money in there because they have. Well, I guess he's not so deep with Davin, but Kaiser behind him could have also flatted.
And what's Kaiser's play here?
I mean, he just has to overcall here. He's got a flush draw on the set, and he's going to think if a flush or a board pairs, surely I'm going to be good in one spot. And he's on the button as well, so he gets to see what everyone else does first. If he checks for him, he can value bet river if he hits. But I think you'd probably see him check back both times if he hit a boat or a flush. I think he's got a lot of experience in the PLO.
He's top quality, this lad,
he is.
Ronny Kaiser, yeah. Top quality.
He plays a lot, well, all the high stakes in line. And he's been in the game a long time as well, I think.
I know, and you look at him and you think, okay, this guy, he's not even 30 maybe, and he's been playing around 15 years now. I know him as...
Yeah, something like that. He's been
2001, 2002, I remember him. Maybe 2003.
I think I was about 10 then.
And we're just going to see a chop pot here.
Yeah, I think Rob will just call river here. I don't think he'll raise. Just because I think...
He wants to get Ronny involved.
Overcalled. Yeah. Also, like, he's probably going to get paid by worse if he raises here. You can't imagine Kaiser calling him with, like, the second nuts, which is a set of aces here. If he raises, he's just going to get fold. So I imagine he'll just try and call and hopefully try and get an overcall.
And you've called it spot on, Jonty. And Ronny knows the story.
Yeah,
he knows he's missed. The flush hasn't come. The board hasn't paired. And
yeah, it's a chop pot.
We chopped his money up anyway.
Here, Rob said no.
We chopped up Ronny's money.
We made a little bit of money.
There's been great banter between them for the last 2 days. This is day 2 of the
I was
cash.
watching it last night.
Good stuff, yeah.
I think Rob was winning last night, wasn't he?
Rob had a great day in the end. He started it was 100,000 pot he lost pretty early on. And he turned it right around, and he was actually 60k in profit at one stage. And I think he ended up the day 35k in profit.
Did he? I didn't know he was winning. I was watching it.
So that's our scoreboard. He's having a bad day so far, but it's early days. He's 40k down.
The thing is, though, this game, PLO is so swingy. Like, it's not hard for them to get all the money, and this is all you need is a 3-bet pot where someone pops a set, someone pops a wrap and a flush draw, and all the money goes in.
Something like we just seen.
I've just missed it, obviously, because I've
Well, just hand.
oh, right there, yeah, exactly. All the money could have get. Rob might have just decided to get King Jack in on the turn there.
Yeah.
And Davin spikes a flush, or
absolutely.
Ronny thinks he's priced into call.
Yeah.
But no, it's a great. I love PLO. In fact, I was gonna play it, but then I thought I'd probably be a bit too short for the side event, and I'd only just got here for time for late red, so I just jumped in the high roller side instead.
Sure, that we had a 500. There was a little bit of an overlay in the 500, I believe. Yeah, there was 30,000 guaranteed. I believe it hit around 25k. And let me know, guys, does that sound okay?
See, this game's getting big now. It's double sold to 400.
Well, we've seen straddles here later in the day that go up to 3,200. It really does liven up.
Not with Rob at the table as well. Rob loves this.
He's great for the action. I mean, he really is. He livens the game up.
He plays well as well, to be fair.
He's
very good
incredible read. He really has good instinct. And I love the way he sets up. He sets up himself as a maniac.
He sets up this image.
He really does, and he does that well. And
does it very well.
He gets paid when he has it. And we're looking at a 4-way action here now. And
so I don't think. Well, Rob's actually got the best under, I think. Yeah, he does. And no one's got a flush draw. I think this will be pretty slow hand this.
So Rob with the overpair, and he's just hit top set.
Again, this is just going to check round, I imagine.
And no one with the hearts, Jonty.
Yeah, I just don't think. Well, no one's going to take a stab. I don't know how secular I can play it.
Ace 10 straight for Oki maybe will put money in here.
I don't think he will. Oh, maybe he will.
But this is the way these games play. They play extremely loose. And he's going to bet it out. It's 2,000 bet, and Rob is certainly coming along for the ride here.
Yeah, Rob's definitely not folding.
So straight away now, Oki's going to shut down because Rob is called on the flush board.
Yeah, he's just going to check back and win the five.
That's going to go check, and the set is no good against the
That's a very nice hand.
Broadway.
This is the Oki. No, I don't know.
Oki, he's from Serbia.
Yeah.
And he won the Omaha High Roller Scoop event a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, okay, so he knows what he's doing.
He does know what he's doing, yeah, but he's having a torrid couple of days here.
Well, that's just a part of the game in PLO. I think there's still quite a lot of money to be made in PLO, but the swings, I don't know if everyone can hack it.
Incredible, yeah.
I know playing online from experience, you can go through 20 buying down swings in the space of an hour. Maybe not an hour, but maybe 3 hours. You can definitely do 20 buying down swings.
Yeah, well, we've seen some incredible turnarounds here. Jonty, I'm going to ask you to come back after the break. Will you do that for me? Because our viewers would love to hear some expert commentary on PLO.
Commentary. I'm sure you're just as good. You've been playing PLO a lot longer than me.
Guys, we're going to take a quick break. The players are going to get refreshments, and please do stay with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Ciao. And welcome back, guys. We are coming to the second half of our Cash King special. Just back from a break. Please let me know about the sound, because we are doing a bit of moving around here in the booth. And I have a guest who joined me just before the break who's going to rejoin me. He is just gone out for a quick spin up on the blackjack table.
Not true, not true.
How are you, John T?
I'm very well, I'm very well.
Good stuff.
Quick flight, it was very easy to get here.
Yeah, it's really easy access, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I'm actually buzzing for this week as well. It's fun. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to it.
I believe all the hotels are almost booked out, but the girls are top class here. Anyone considering a visit this weekend, do come over. You're going to be well impressed, and the girls here in the reception will look after you. They have several thousand bedrooms in the area, all controlled from the casino here. You just arrive in the casino and they sort everything out for you.
They're doing
Accommodation,
a fantastic job. It's amazing.
Transport, everything. It's
I can't
really
believe
good.
it. Food.
Yeah, the buffet is good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's fantastic. I've never been anywhere like this. It's amazing. They literally cater to every need.
Well, it's the Vegas of Europe. But that's the title it has at the moment.
Does not surprise me.
And we are
back in the action
back
already.
in action.
Already.
And talk me through this pot, Jonty. It's 2 pair versus a flush draw.
I'm not sure what happened pre. What 1500? I don't know. It must have gone pot on a call. I imagine. Yeah, it looks like Davin opened under the gun and Jachtmann peeled the small with the Jack 865. He's flopped top 2 and Davin's flopped an overpair and the nut flush draw.
And we're just getting our sound there.
And he is a favourite with normally. In fact, I'm surprised he's. Yeah, normally you're a favourite with an overpair and a flush draw. I mean, you'd think because he's got 3 hearts and Jachtmann's got 1 heart, it might be less, but I'll try and speak more slowly as well because I know I speak. Look, everyone's putting pigeons in the chat. That's what I go by. I like to pigeon off Starks.
And for our viewers that don't know Jonty, he is one of the rising stars of poker.
I don't know about that.
Absolutely. Put his name into the Google box, Jonty Poker. He broadcasts a couple of times a week for Party Poker. And it's all gone in here, it looks like.
Yeah, all the money's gone in. This is a pretty standard spot, I think, in PLA. Jachtmann thinks he's got the best hand, which he does actually have the best made hand. He's actually mathematically behind there. And obviously Davin knows that it's unlikely that he's got a say. He blocks at 5 as well. And he's not going to fold the nut flush draw. Plus, to be fair, Jachtmann can actually get this in with like a wrap and a flush draw, and actually he's got that pretty crushed. So he's probably quite happy to get this in. Especially because it's own. Well, I say it's only.
And that's straight draws for Jachtmann.
Yeah, he's got a gut shot now, and he's a 3 or a 7.
And the 3 for the straight.
Double got returned.
And are they running this once or twice?
Looks like it's twice.
Looks like twice, yeah. So for the viewers that don't know this, that means the players have the option to split the pot, and they do 2 run-outs.
And it goes 1 to 1, 1 to the other, I think. Yeah. They chop it up. Oh, actually, did he scoop? No.
I'm just looking at that. Yeah, the queens don't improve. And Jachtmann scoops the entire pot, it looks like.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually quite unlucky. As I said, he said he was a 58% favourite. I think it's something like that. Is Davin? I don't know. Davin's an online player as well, is he? Is he MT Davin?
Davin, yeah, that's him. MT Davin, yeah. I'm from Stars. And he's not having a great couple of days. Between Davin and Oki, they're in the hole for quite a bit. Okay. But you can see there he's down 40,000.
Yeah.
And look at Jachtmann. Jachtmann was the big winner yesterday. He was 40,000 up.
Was he? Because I know I think I was watching to a certain point, and then I think he was losing at that point.
He was losing, yeah. He was losing for almost the full duration. But considering how big some of the pots were, there wasn't any massive winners or massive losers. You know.
Yeah, the thing with PLOs, you can really go on massive hot streaks.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've seen some guys do a couple of $100,000 here in a session. You know.
Same stakes as well, I imagine. Like, it's very easy to do. Especially, obviously, the stats get bigger and the pots get bigger as well, and straddles start coming into play, especially in a live game, more so than online. So actually, the live game is probably actually swingier. Although I don't think you see as much 3-betting in live PLO as you do in online. I mean, I could be wrong, but and Oki here's got aces, single-seat aces, and just takes down the pot.
And this was the story yesterday with Oki. Every pot he won was like
nothing
below $2,500, and all the pots he lost were, 10k plus. And let me know, guys, about that sound. Sorry for harassing you, but that's our table sound back now. and I am here with UK's up-and-coming rising star, Jaunty.
The thing is, you're saying this, but I'm pretty sure I've been rising for a couple of years now, and I feel like I'm still in the same place.
Yeah, well, keep going, man. Keep going.
That's the plan.
You know.
This is incoming. Obviously, if I do this, I'm almost guaranteed to win the actual main event now, surely. Now, if I talk it down, talk it down. Okay, so what's happened here? Oki's raised, and he's got 2 callers. I mean, this is quite a wide call by Jachtmann. I guess, well, they are quite deep, I guess.
Well, this is one of the features of this Cash Kings. It has a reputation for being extremely loose, and it's a good flop here for Jachtmann.
It's a good flop for everybody, really. Look, Davin's up and down, but he can also block some of the higher straights. Jachtmann's flopped the bottom wrap, and obviously Oki's got top pair and a nut shot. A nut shot is well, I always call them nut shot, is a gut shot to the nuts.
A good shot to the nuts.
A nut shot.
Backdoor nut clubs also for Oki. And he is in the lead here, and he's bet out 3,200, and he's going to get 2 calls, Jaunty.
He is going to get 2 calls, and if the 10 comes, if the 10 comes.
10 comes, it's
curtains for someone. That'll be curtains for Davin, as the losing streak will continue. Wow, especially because he's more likely to call when he's got 2 9s in his hand, because obviously he blocks the possibilities of Jack 9. Oh no.
And that's a disaster. That's a disaster. So Oki has a complete lock in the hand now.
Davin, looking at his stack size compared to the pot, is just going to get this in, I imagine. Especially with 2 9s.
There's 15k out there. And because he's holding the 2 9s, he's putting all his money in straight away. And it's a reasonable play, Jaunty.
Yeah, I think it's perfect, because you're going to charge people's flush draws here. And when you've got 2 9s, it's literally, there's only 2 9s left in the deck. It means they've got like literally they're 30% less likely to have Jack 9 in their hand.
And Oki here is, all he's thinking about is Jachtmann to his immediate left. And how does he get him involved? Or does he want to just shut it down?
I'd maybe raise it, just because if Jachtmann does have Jack 9, he can get him to put it in Jack 9 as well. Yeah, and get clubs in as well. I don't know if he's actually raised.
It looks like just a call.
Yeah, it looks like a call.
And Jachtmann smartly folds, and it's not very often you're drawing dead in this game, but that's the bad news for Davin.
You can't even hit a jack, that's right. Oh, he can hit a jack. He could hit a jack for a chop there. Oh no, the jack gives Oki a high straight, doesn't it? Of course. The jack comes and he plays the queen 9 for the straight, so yeah. He's literally drawing dead.
He had a couple of €100 behind, and that went in when the board paired, made no difference. And Davin is bust, and it's been a nightmare for Davin. And he goes down to his pouch, his man bag, and he takes out what looks like 10k. They're 1,000 chips, these yellow chips. Yeah. And that's quite a sizable pot.
Yeah, it looked like it was. I think it said it was 45,000. 14,000 went on the turn. Yeah, about 45,000 euro pot. 45.
And thank you for joining us. Give me a break. And I do believe that could be Noel Hayes, the PLO expert from Ireland.
Leon, I think, is coming. He finished 4th in the Super High Rollerball yesterday, didn't he?
Absolutely incredible it was. Yeah. Leon played the biggest tournament of the year, the 300k buy-in, and he got 1.8.
Yeah, 1.8 million, I think he got. They did.
It was a fantastic show. I really loved watching it. And I'm looking forward to watching the final tonight. Well, actually, not as much, because Leon isn't there, and he was creating quite a lot of action.
He creates so much action. Unlucky to run into aces. That spot, I think, where he bust. I think he had ace 10 of diamonds. He turned the flush draw as well. I was certainly always going to get there. Ran ace 10 into
That's
aces.
ace 10 into aces. And yeah, he was live. He had the diamonds to hit.
So, looks like Ronny's opened here with the ace 9-8-4 double, and being called by Jachtmann. Oh no, Jachtmann must. Oh no, I think Jachtmann limp called, or straddled. I think he probably straddle called actually. That's what's happened. He's straddled to 400. Jachtmann's definitely going to peel here, I think. Yeah. I mean, I imagine now Ronny will probably just shut down. There's literally no equity in the hand. There's no reason to play the pot. Yeah, I think he's just done with the hand now, unless he rivers a 4. I mean, I guess it's just going to go check, and Jachtmann's going to take it. I don't really know what Kaiser would be trying to rep here by. I mean, maybe he tries for bases. No.
And well called, Jonty, and Jachtmann takes down the pot, and that's our biggest winner today. You're looking at the Party Poker German ambassador, Jan-Peter Jachtmann. He's a mixed game specialist. He loves the Omaha. He won the World Championship PLO 10K buy-in not too long ago at the Sirius. And he's a regular competitor here in the cash games.
Yes, Taurus Midi 91. It is in Rozvadov, this game. Kings Casino Rozvadov. There is also there's one in Prague, is there?
There is yes. The owner of Kings, Leon Surkonik, also owns a small casino in Prague itself.
I've been to that one as well.
Yes, I haven't visited, but this is the largest poker room in Europe. It's King's Poker Room, and we bring you regular live poker. I believe it's 100 hours a week of live action. We're 24/7 on Twitch, and right now we're in the middle of a party poker festival, and we're watching Cash Kings. It's €100 blinds, and I'm joined by Jonty, and we're looking at a 3-bet pot here, Jonty.
Yeah, Oki here. He it's 3-bet the ace, queen, queen 10 from the small blind.
Well, not exactly.
I think it says 3-bet. I think it's. Was there a raise? I don't know if there actually was a raise. Although it says.
Pure information to know whether I can make you have enough for me to make you fold.
Rob's talking about making people fold. So we've
And
got some interesting hands here. I mean,
absolutely.
I'm really not jealous of Oki's ace, queen, queen 10 out of position to the entire table.
And 3 of the players are playing hearts, with Oki, the 4th player, with the ace of hearts.
And it looks, yeah, Jachtmann has actually flopped the best hand here. Although Rob's flopped a 17 card drop, I think. He can hit an ace into a 5, 6,
Rob
or
is
7.
all over this.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
And
Oki's going to see bench 4 players. I mean, a lot of times it's going to take it down on this board. I think Jachtmann probably raises this flop, you know, and I don't think Rob's going to fold. I think he's probably going to raise here to get rid of the players behind him, and he's probably going to have the best hand. I mean, maybe not. Okay, I called it wrong. I mean, there's not that many good turn cards for Jachtmann. He's going to turn flush draws like 50% of the time, but they're not going to be good flush draws, if you know what I mean.
absolutely.
And
So
like his 2-pair could quite easily get counterfeit here. I mean, say someone had a 10, like 3 side cards, then it's pretty easy. I don't know what Davin's thinking about doing. Is Davin just thinking of all the dead money in there, thinking a pair? And
well, he's chasing now. He's had 2 really bad sessions, but a feature of his game is tank folding quite a lot, and I think that's what you're going to see here.
I mean, you can't actually think he's going to get anyone to fold if he jams, but maybe he's just trying to get it in with, like, I don't know, like 30% equity 3 ways to try and spin up. I don't know.
Well, he can. There's a lot of cards he can hit on the
thinking,
turn
yeah,
that will give him a bit of
6,
life.
7, an 8, a 9, or a jack.
And
he's just going to call.
Well called, Jonty. He's continuing. And
Rob isn't it going?
Rob now is the genuine hand, and he's going to make them pay.
That's good. I like this play. This is such a good play.
It's huge, but he's going to get action from Jachtmann, I feel.
I don't know. It's hard for Jachtmann to call it because it looks like Rob's got a very strong hand. Obviously, Rob can have these straight draws, but
it is Rob Young we're talking about, and he is last to act.
I like the way Rob played this. Plus, you've got to remember, look, him and Jachtmann are 120k deep. It actually puts him in a really tough spot. Does he want to stack off for 120k with 10-3? I don't know if he does. I don't think he will. What's he going to do? Call and then fold turns? I don't know. Otherwise, what's he going to do? Call and what turn is he going to call off on that he likes? Even if like an 8 comes, he still doesn't love it. Well,
the 8 is really...
The 8 is literally the jink card.
It's golden for him.
But there's only 1 8 left.
But there's only 1 8, as you say, and it's 30,000 is the raise, and action is with Oki here, who really he's in bad shape, really, Oki.
He's just going to fold here, I think. But yeah, he's in terrible shape. But he's also got 2 players behind him who've also called. He literally can't possibly think the Queens are winning here.
Even a heads-up situation, it's a dubious call, but there's 2 players to act after him.
Although he also might be thinking that they would have raised if they had a better hand. So
And Oakie's also playing 100 grand.
Yeah.
So the stacks are huge here.
Basically, if anyone calls his bet, then it can all go in on the turn. It can just be a pot-sized bet on the turn. Because if he's raised to 30,000 out of 120, there's going to be 90k in the middle. That's what they got behind. We could be seeing a big pot here. If Jachtmann decides to call and then call off on like a flush draw, he might just do that.
I'm not really sure what Oakie is doing, John T. He doesn't want to give this up, but he has to realise he's in bad shape.
Yeah,
but you see, it's Rob. You see, Rob really doesn't get credit for when he does have a hand. And as you say, Rob has a complete wrap here.
Yeah.
And Rob also has the backdoor hearts, which would be good.
If you actually look, Resident 2 hands, he's nearly 50% to win out of 3 players, which means I don't know what it was when it was 4 ways. Sylvia Hewitt's just logged in, I've seen. Hi Sylvia. Wish you could be here with us. You should come over.
Jachtmann trying to get a read off Rob, and that's something that he won't achieve.
Very close, very close.
It's very close. See, he's put him in a really tough spot here. That's what I love about Rob's play, especially when he knows he's going to be out in position on the next street as well.
And I believe the point you made about the stack sizes, John T, this is a snap call if Jachtmann's playing a small, small stack behind.
Yeah.
But my guess is that you're correct, that he's going to give this 2 pair up. Yeah. But Davin is certainly going to put his money in, I think.
I mean, yeah, Gavin's going to call off just because of the amazing price he's having now. I mean,
at least I will
if you take what if I just put 27 up on bot. So if Davin calls, he's getting 7 to 1. If he falls to Davin, he's getting 7 to 1, which means he only has to win 1 in 8 times. He only has to have 12.5% equity versus whatever Rob has, which surely he does. With because of PLO and the variance in it, he's just going to call this off. Yeah, his money's already in the middle. And he actually has the best hand. That's the best thing about this situation. That pair of 4s. And
he's only 36%.
Yeah, he's only 36%. This is what is crazy about PLO. All this money goes in, and then it's like nearly coin flips. But it's a great play by Rob, and it's all the dead.
And that's a great card for Davin.
Yeah, it gets rid of the 7 for Rob. Rob can now not hit a 7, but he can hit a 6 for a 2-5. Yes, he's made a straight with a 2-5.
So
Rob takes it.
Rob gets there,
and Davin goes further into the abyss.
It's painful, and the nightmare continues, and it looks like Davin is going to give it up for the day, and that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, come on, man. Have some heart.
He's left his seat, and I've watched Davin here several sessions, and when he reloads from his chair, so I don't believe he's gone to the cage, and it looks like we're going to be 4-handed here.
I mean, that just makes more action, really. It means spots like them become more marginal and people are more likely to put the money in, I think. I mean, maybe that's just what goes through my head when I play PLO. When there's only 4 players, I'm thinking, have they really got it?
It changes the game totally.
Yeah, it does. Well, now you see Rob's actually only losing 20k now. Rob's getting out of it.
And Jachtmann made the correct fold.
He would have lost in the end, yeah.
And I'm not sure what we're waiting for. It's possible that we're just confirming that Davin has left.
It looks. Are they bumping it up? Are those chips 100 euro chips?
Well,
1, 2, 4. I think they want that. It sounds like they want to play
1, 2, 4, which is reasonable.
I mean, now they're still 300 big blinds deep, most of them for this. So I think they all have over 100k, don't they? 2-2-4.
So it's gone from 1-1-2 to 2-2-4.
So they've just doubled the size of the game.
So there's 800 in the pot pre, without a straddle.
I mean, I don't think there's any players here that are going to feel uncomfortable by the stakes. I don't think. I think they're all kind of used to playing this kind of size.
Certainly, Oakey is. Rob goes without saying. Jachtmann for sure, and Kaiser, and you're absolutely right. They're very comfortable at these stakes. And the straddle is 400. It's 2-2-4. If you've just joined us, you're watching a Cash Kings PLO special edition brought to you by Kings Casino. We're live from Rozvadov in the Czech Republic. This is the largest poker room in Europe, guys. This is where all the live poker action is. And I'm joined by my good friend Jonty.
Hello.
And Jointy has just arrived from the UK for the Party Poker Millions. That's 1,000 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed this weekend. And we're down to 4 players. We will be here for another hour or so. And how much money out there? 1, 2, 3, 4, $500,000 plus.
Yeah. Yeah, over $500,000. Oh, nearly $500,000, yeah.
And it's, you can see Jachtmann, there's, by my mathematics, that means Davin has done about 75 grand.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Because what Rob is down,
7.
Oki and...
Yeah, it looks like Davin lost 70k,
yeah,
didn't they?
Oki and Kaiser is up. So there's a 75 grand plus from Jachtmann, which means that 75 grand is what Davin has done.
Yeah.
And I think he did about 30 yesterday. So it's been a rough. It's 100k for 2 days.
He can still get out of it in the main event though. There is going to be 200,000 euros, I think.
200,000. That's the high roller event, yeah.
Oh no, 200,000 for the winner of the main.
Oh, for the winner for the main, absolutely, yes, absolutely.
Plenty of opportunities.
Yes.
There's still another 5 days of poker here.
Yeah, but the problem with that, Jonty, is that tournament takes 2 or 3 days, where Davin really needs to do it in one session, you know.
Oh, does it?
So that's going to be a problem for him committing for 3 days.
So you want to stay with that
It's a lot, yeah. It's going to be a long tournament actually. It's going to be a lot of players here. It's going to be good. I can't wait. So look, so Kaiser's flopped a set of kings. It doesn't look like anyone's got anything to play him with. I think this is just going to check around the flop.
Nobody holding an ace.
No.
Oki with a king.
So Oki won the scoop event, did he win?
Oki's won the Scoop PLO high. I believe 360,000.
Must know what he's doing. I had a deep run at a PLO scoop event this year actually.
How did it go overall for you?
The festival. Well, I actually won a Power Fest on Party Poker, live on stream as well. So
wow!
It was only my second time streaming.
Which tournament was it?
Oh, it was just a $22 one. It was a 6 max. But
6 max $22, yeah.
So we got about $2,000 for that. That was good.
Ah, nice booster.
Oh, we won 3 streams on the trot, and then we had a disastrous one there.
That's typical.
We'd run out of things to play by 9:30. We bust everything, and we're like, yeah, okay, I think we're gonna have to call this a day.
And we're looking at Kaiser here with the kings and queens, hearts and clubs.
How pretty is that hand?
And it's a raise to 1400. And Rob is going to call here with the 10-10-7-6.
Surely.
And Jachtmann is also going to play. Oki gets out of the way.
Interesting, he folds that Jack 4-5-2.
It's a good fold. And he's got back, you see. He was way down today, and now he's back in profit. So I'm surprised at Jachtmann folding there as well. But anyway, it's the same story. It's Kaiser versus Rob Yong. 2 monster stacks.
I mean, you're a PLO player, aren't you, Finland?
I play PLO cash, and I absolutely love it.
I love it. Look at that flop.
And you know, my friends love it when I play as well. And that's a set and a flush draw.
Second nut flush draw on a gut shot.
With a gut shot.
He's not going anywhere.
And it's 50-50, really, isn't it, Jonty?
It's very close, yeah. Yeah, he's
Rob is ahead.
But he can also hit a king or a queen for a high set. That's another 4 outs. That's like another gut shot, essentially.
Kaiser has the button. There's 10k in there, and that's a full house for Rob.
See, now I think Kaiser's just going to fold to any bet. I don't know if Rob bets. But yeah, I think he's just going to bet small. Oh no, is he bet big? I guess he can. Or I guess Rob thinks here that Kaiser's going to have an ace a lot of the time, so he's going to get paid. I think, did you bet about 7,000?
I'm not sure. The yellows are 1,000. It's hard to see. The graphic is covering the display, but Kaiser, it's 11,000. So it's a pretty big bet.
Yeah, I think Kaiser's just going to fold here. Plus, he kind of blocks. Oh, wow, he doesn't. I was going to say he kind of blocks the hands that he can even have as like a bluff, do you know what I mean? If he doesn't have an ace. Because he has the king of hearts and the queen of hearts, like a lot of draws like the queen, jack, king, they're the kind of hands he's going to be bluffing with. So
king or queen would be a disaster for Rob, but it doesn't happen. And the house of 10s over aces in the lead. And Rob's having another crack, but he won't get any action.
No, surely not. I don't think. I mean, this would be a bit of a hero call, especially when he has all the blockers, like to his bluffs. Do you know what I mean? When he's bluffing, he's going to have those cards like the King of Hearts and the Queen of Hearts in his hand. So
He's actually thinking about it, John T. No, he gives it up. And Rob takes down another pot, and Rob is getting right back into this session.
he is. And look at him. Look at the way he giggles. This is why he's set up. Look at him. He's set up. He's making him think he's been hornswoggled.
So there's our scoreboard. Oakie's actually even, and he's playing 90k. Rob is 200 grand in front of him.
Basically, look, Jan Peter Jachtmann's basically got all of Davin's money. I think basically that's what's happened, isn't
But
it?
that's the bottom line, yeah. So I think it's 70,000 that Davin is down for the day, and we're going to stay four-handed now for a while. It says PLO 100, but it's actually 224. The players have agreed.
We're streaming live here. Is it on a 30-minute delay?
It's a 30-minute delay,
30 minutes
just to
delay,
protect the
integrity
game.
of players.
Yes, absolutely, just in case. But these players know each other quite well, and they're very comfortable playing these stakes. And
Ronny's having fun. He's having fun gambling with Rob here, isn't he? He thinks he
absolutely
actually thinks he was bluffed, doesn't he? He thinks he was bluffed.
And it's the same story. It's the same two players at it all the time.
I mean, Rob's got an interesting hand. Although he's on the button here, I mean, it's not even that bad, I guess. Especially when you're four-handed, you probably should open up your opening ranges. So, Rob's check back. Rob's actually got the best hand.
And the clubs come for him.
So we're going to see.
But Kaiser hits the jack. And now Rob decides to bet.
I mean, I think... Does Ronny fold? There's not many good rivers for Ronny either. That's right, Ronny was actually winning quite a lot earlier, wasn't he? And now he's still laughing. He looks like he's having a good time. I don't know how he finished up yesterday.
He does so well at these sessions. He was...
He's so experienced though, isn't it? I mean, a lot of poker you come from playing and playing and playing and playing, and he's been, as we were saying earlier, he's been around for years and
15
years.
years now. I mean, you wouldn't think to look at him. But he was 50k up at one stage yesterday, but I think he went very early on. He won a monster against Rob. Then he went down, and he was down big time for most of the session. The last couple of hands he got it back, and I think he was about 10k profit in the end. And Oakey gets rid of his 4-spade hand, and Jachtmann is going to play
Definitely
5, 6, 7, 9 with the diamonds. And we don't see Rob's hand, but there's already 2,600 in the pot here.
Maybe Rob hasn't seen his hand. Maybe he's advertising again.
He's done a bit of blind betting already.
Has he? I know, he likes to mix that in as well. I was thinking he was probably expecting to get paid in that last hand when he had tens for.
Well, the thing about these sessions which amazes me is a player can be winning or losing for like several hours, and then literally in the last two hands
Everything goes
make
crazy.
it all back or lose it all, you know. And
it's such a great, exciting game, isn't it? PLO, there's just so much action.
for cash is the only game.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
agree.
it's the swings are so dramatic and traumatic at times.
Yeah, it can be a pretty brutal game.
And it is a brutal game, and I'm sure that's what Davin is feeling.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
he's smart enough to dust himself down and come back out fighting. And it's a up and down straight for Jachtmann.
I've seen Rob running.
But
I haven't played with him so much, like maybe not 10 times.
And the dynamics have changed a little bit since Davin has left.
I think is Jan trying to say that Rob's running really good at the moment? Maybe I think that might be what he's saying.
10 times altogether. And you looks like you ran very good. Yes, that's well. But he is dangerous, it's hard, he goes for it.
Rob seems to be enjoying himself anyway. He's got a glass of red. Loves a glass of red as well.
First man I seen when I came in for breakfast this morning was Rob.
Is he?
Sitting there in front of the TV, cheering on Leon.
Oh, that's really good, the team, like the bond those two got as well.
It's fantastic.
They're
Like
bringing some
two
fantastic
like-minded
events as well.
characters.
It's very interesting conversation, but still let's play a bit.
I imagine Rob was still up when you got up for breakfast.
Rob was still there,
Yeah,
it was about 9 a.m. this morning.
I don't think Rob was going to be awake at that time.
That's where you are, yeah.
Bundesliga.
That's the baby league, the junior league.
You can
Love a bit of trash talk as well.
you can say anything
All
you
this-
want to me as long as you give me your money.
It sounds like there was some good banter on the table as well.
And it's been really good because I've been eavesdropping a little bit on them, and they get on quite well, Jachtmann and Rob and Ronny, and it's really good fun.
Look at this turn. They've all turned the flush draw. The jack eye, the 10 high, and the 9 high flush
And
draw.
Oakey's in great shape here, isn't he, with the jack eye?
Has he got the best hand as well? He's got the best hand with 7s.
And he has the 7s.
Which are actually winning. And he's folded. Rob's raised it.
That's incredible. And Rob now almost out of the hole.
What a great raise by Rob there. I didn't even... just happened so quick.
And if you've just joined us and you're looking at that scoreboard and you can see Jachtmann is up almost 80,000, but between Rob and Oakey they've only lost 8,000. You're probably wondering where that money came from, and I can tell you it came from Davin George, who was sitting in seat 1, who has reloaded several times and has busted out. So we're going to stay four-handed for the rest of this session. It's a PLO. It says 100-100, but the players have agreed to increase the blinds. So it's actually 200, 200, 400. And I'm joined by my friend Jonty from the UK, and we're here in Rozvadov King's Casino for the Party Poker Millions Festival. You're watching a PLO game, as I explained. And Jonty, what do you think of the action here on the floor, the cash action?
Oh, well, the whole casino's just buzzing. It's like, you can tell there's like a big festival coming. Maybe it's like this all the time. Is it like this all the time?
Well, wait until you see tomorrow, Saturday. It's going to be like twice as. I mean, you can't get a car park space. It's like you walk in and out, you're bumping into people, but it's so great.
The atmosphere is so good.
You meet like people you don't expect to meet, and there's like so many different nationalities. I know in Ireland we have some fantastic festivals and players come from all different parts of the world or whatever. But when I'm here, it never ceases to amaze me the different players from different countries. Seems from everywhere they come, like,
they
you know.
Such a packed schedule as well. I've been on the King's website a few times. They always have something going on every week. Yeah,
they have big guarantees every week, and
I mean, this is obviously some of the bigger ones this week, but
yeah, the million obviously is huge. But
massive.
I mean, not too long ago they had the WSOP circuit for $1 million guaranteed also, and they have the Poker Stars Sunday Million live here.
I've heard about this.
Yes, and I'm sure you're going to be coming over supporting that, Jonty.
I don't know, maybe.
No answer. Okay, it's Jonty wearing his party poker hat, and I don't blame him because
they've got so many big things. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be a similar event to this as well coming again very soon.
Some inside information. Jonty's leaking to us.
I'm not leaking. But no.
Yeah, no, there's some incredible festivals here, and party poker are at the heart of most of them. But as I say, there's stars also coming here. Yeah, and then we have the WSOP.
The WSOP is going to be massive.
Unreal.
Is there
11 bracelets. It's crazy guarantees.
There's a massive one though, isn't there?
Is
it 100k? Okay.
There's €111,000 buy-in.
I thought it was. I knew there was something like that.
Yeah, and it's 10 million guaranteed. We're looking at a 20k pre-flop on 2 clubs. No one playing the clubs.
Rob's got the best hand with the 7s. Kaiser's
also
bottom pair with a gut shot.
Bottom pair with a gutter.
And unfortunately, no backdoor flush draws. Even this is the most annoying thing about playing PLO. You get there, you got these double suited cards. You getting ready to see a flop, and then it comes completely opposite colours.
And Kaiser having a go with this. And Rob will probably fold here with the 7s.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, whoa, where did all this money go in the pot? I've just seen how big the pot is. It's 20k.
Yeah, 20k pre-flop.
It must have been 3-bet by, probably by Kaiser actually. I imagine. And the button, he 3-bet, Jachtmann cold call.
Jachtmann completely misses.
Yeah.
A couple of backdoor options, but doesn't pay 13,000 to see them. And Ronny scoops the pot. And we're talking about the WSOP. And it's coming, first of all, in September or October, there is the circuit. It starts with a circuit event, and then it goes proper the end of October, beginning of November, the WSOP Europe. And I believe there's 11 bracelets. Now, guys, please don't hold me to this. I think it's 20 million guaranteed in total between all the events.
I've not actually seen the schedule for it.
Yeah, I know the 111,000 buy-in.
Did you say October yet?
October, the end of October, beginning of November. Yeah. That's the WSOP Europe, yeah. and the 111,000, which they've already sold. The last I heard was 75 seats were sold. It's capped at 111 players.
Oh, Ronny.
So anyone thinking of visiting during that time, do book now, trust me. Because the demand for accommodation, even though the brand new 5-star hotel,
Opening in the very beginning, first week of August, I think.
beginning
Or
of
no, is it
August,
just after the first week. It's about mid-August, isn't
yeah,
it?
it's planned for early August. And even though that will be complete with another 240 odd bedrooms and
Is that how many there are?
yeah,
That's a lot.
like maybe 20 suites.
Look at this flop for Rob.
And there's a lot of money going in here, but Rob is way out in the lead.
I mean, Jachtmann's probably going to appeal here with
That's
again, a
good
nut
shot
and
and
a
a
flush
diamond draw.
A nut shot. It's a nut shot.
Nut shot.
It's that 6. He's got the nuts, and he's got a redraw. He's got the top end as well. This actually might slow Rob down because the only obvious draw here. Because obviously he's got nut diamonds. I mean, actually, having said that, he's probably going to barrel again because he can still get there with the jack and 4 diamond anyway. Because they're so deep, if Jachtmann check raises here, he could just call.
Absolutely.
He's basically drawing to like A, nut diamonds, B. He can also make a wheel with the 2. I mean, it's probably not gonna. He probably wouldn't lose a lot of money if he made a wheel. I think he'd probably fold it.
That's a big mistake calling here.
Yeah, I think
because
this is definitely a fold.
he's getting himself in trouble. And if he hits a diamond,
he basically has
Rob
to
is going to trap check him. And Jachtmann's going to pot it. And he's
the backdoor
good
clubs.
card.
This would be an interesting spot for Jachtmann to bluff there. There's unlikely
the
Rob's gonna
backdoor
have first
clubs. Good spot there, Jonty. And Rob will slow down here. There's 20k in the pot though. Does he do a stopper bet or does he check call? What's his position here?
I think Jachtmann is going to lead river and Rob's going to fold, I think.
Oh, Jachtmann first to act.
I mean, if he's called to... I mean... So I think he's bet the
Looks
pot.
like 16,000.
I think he might be 20.
That's
Oh, it's
11,000.
11,000. I mean, it's just such a hard call from Rob here. I mean, not that he's ever got a straight here because he'd never turned into a bluff in this spot, I don't think. He's just going to check call river if he has a straight. If Rob can smell this out, I'll be very impressed. I mean, I'd always be folding here. I mean, when Jachtmann bets his river, he's basically saying I have a flush or nothing. So maybe Rob will sniff it out. I mean, the sizing isn't very polarized, and he's getting 3 to 1. He only has to be right 1 in 4 times. 2.9 to 1. He's having a good think about it.
How hard is it to call with one pair?
Oh, he's got 2 pair. He's got Jack 4.
Oh, sorry, Jack 4. Yeah.
And also,
sorry,
what might be
yeah,
going in his head
course.
is, I've got the Jack of clubs. What did he call the flop with then? That's got clubs in. If I've got the Jack of clubs.
Good point. But
I
the
think.
straight also came on the turn.
I'm actually waiting with bated breath. Rob's
So-
not letting him get away with it easily. And it's actually quite funny because of the banter they have between them as well. You'd think Jachtmann might show.
This is very close.
I mean, Rob.
11,000.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give Rob credit for actually for tanking this long here too.
He don't fold easy, Rob, and it looks like he's going to call.
I mean, you really. That is a world-class call. That is a fantastic call by Rob.
And Jachtmann is going to be disgusted really when he sees what.
Yeah, I mean, he literally beats. Like, if he has Queen 5, he loses. Do you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, he probably wouldn't turn it into a bluff. And actually, that's really well worked out by Rob.
And Jachtmann is not happy.
Jachtmann's not happy. Rob's almost. I mean, to be fair, I quite like Jachtmann's lead on the river as well. I think maybe he should go a bit bigger. But I mean,
it's hard to move Rob off hands. And
if you're going to call with a hand like that that's not actually drawing to the nuts that often, only the straight, then you're going to have to. Obviously, when you make a flush, you're not always going to win. So actually, you need to have other ways to win the pot as well. So if he actually plans to lead out on those rivers, that's actually where he gains that money back from where he loses it from making the second best hand. I mean, I like Jachtmann's heart for calling, but I think it's a fantastic call by Rob as well. That's not an easy call, I don't think.
And that's the skill of Rob Young in live settings. He really does have a good instinct. And he's actually in profit now for the day. But Jachtmann's still the big winner. He's 50,000 up.
I mean, does Jan get tilted? I don't know.
Like after the hand.
You reckon Rob's rallying? I don't know.
And Rob is really rubbing it in here to Jachtmann.
So just to not
was thinking long time for.
I wanted to count the pots to see how many was going to win when I called.
So Rob just said he wants to work out the pots. He wants to know how much he's going to win when he calls. He's really driving the screw in. Sticking the needle
This
in.
is great banter.
It's fantastic.
And we have a spade draw for Okie, who's in the lead here. Sorry, the jacks. Kaiser has the jacks.
I mean,
But
I
it's
think
such a
this
bad
is,
board
This is
for
one
the
of those
jacks.
situations where whoever bets is going to win it. I don't know who bet. Was that Okie? Yeah, Okie bet.
Okie best.
I mean, I think he just opened the cutoff there, obviously, and see bet into 2 players take it down. I mean, I guess it's kind of standard. It's a paired board, so you're going to take it down a lot more.
And he's turned it around, Okie, today. He had a really horrendous start. But he's back now in profit. I think they're all in profit now. And they're all splitting up Davin's money.
Yeah.
And four-handed here.
MTM running just 4 players. So Davin, 4 players and 3 up, who lost a lot already. I don't know, what's his name?
Davin George
Davin
from
George.
Germany. He was in seat 1. He reloaded several times.
He really did not run good today. He
horrid time.
kept getting like 40%, 50%, just kind of losing every hand. Kind of getting cooled as well. He made the second nut straight when he actually blocked the nut straight as well. He had 2 9s in his hand.
That was a deciding hand.
Yeah, we actually said, didn't we? Said if the 10 comes there, he's going to lose a lot of money.
Bang, 10 comes. And he's down 70k for the day.
He's not, yeah, the deck really wasn't kind to him.
And for the benefit of players and viewers that have just joined us, you're watching a 200-200 cash game.
I mean, this is the kind of situation in a 400 game where actually you're going to pay 2 bets just because, again, this checked round on the flop. So in the other player's mind, it's unlikely that the player has a flush. So I imagine this is going to go bet. Jachtmann's going to call, but Jachtmann actually has the nuts. He's going to call. He's going to raise the river, I think.
And
Yeah,
the
if it
pot is
breaks.
small, and that's
That kills action a bit.
1,000 players for 1K. High roller.
I mean, is Oki good enough to check? Oki's probably definitely good enough to check raise river here and turn his hand to a bluff. Wow, that's not what he's going to do, is it? He's just going to check call. The thing is, when Jachtmann bets here, it's like, is he just called, yeah?
and it's just a flat call 2,000.
It's hard to see what Jachtmann has here as a bluff, though. Unless he has ace king that he just turns into a bluff. Why does he call the turn? That's the question.
But the way the game has been playing,
Yeah.
Jonty, and we've seen Jachtmann getting caught out several times,
Yeah.
especially on river bluffs.
But as I said, like because it would check back the flop, people have made a flush.
And that's our winner today, guys. Peter Jachtmann.
He's the big winner in the game.
And he's 50k plus up. And we're coming to the latter stages of our live stream cash game, brought to you from Kings and Rozvadov. That's the scoreboard.
Oki's just losing now after that pot. I think he was winning before that.
He actually was, yeah.
Basically even, I think, wasn't he? I think
Yeah.
he lost about, well, he lost 2,900 on the turn and river in the hand, so he was winning before the hand.
And you can see Jan-Peter Jachtmann, 50,000 profit. Ronny, he's not really done much recently. He was up big, wasn't he, Ronny?
Yeah, I mean, he's not actually won like any of the big pots, I think. He's ended up, so there was that spot where he had a set and a flush draw on the turn versus 2 players who both had the nut straight and just didn't get there. He's kind of had these spots where he's had to put the money in because he's been priced into call, but then he's just not got there in the situations, had to fold. I mean, he must have won a couple. I think he's been doing quite well without showdown though. Like we just saw him take down a pot versus I think it was it a 3-way pot where he c-bet. Oh, that was it. It was a 3-bet pot where there was a 10-5-2. 2 clubs and just
That's
no one
right,
had nothing.
yeah.
He just c-bet and took down a fairly sizable pot with like a 13k pot, 13k bet into like a 20k pot. So it looks like Ronnie's kind of picking up the money without showdown.
He's going to be in trouble here because Rob has him in bad shape with the aces and the hearts.
Rob's got the button as well. Oh yeah, Ronnie's in terrible shape versus Rob's hand here. And then Jachtmann's obviously got the.
Jachtmann has
low
the
cards.
spades, the low run cards.
I mean, if we see an ace 2,
And that looks like a straight
that's a Jachtmann kind of board.
2 to 6.
I mean,
with
Kaiser
2
might
pair.
play one here too.
And ace 4 is a straight for Kaiser, well spotted.
Yeah, he's got the deuce 6, the deuce to 6.
Sorry, deuce to 6.
And he's got a 2 pair as well. But Ronnie's led, so this is the kind of spot where Ronnie's been picking up chips, where he leads into these pots and people fold. I mean, Rob's probably going to. Is Rob Peel on it? Oh, Rob just folds. That's a disciplined
great
laydown as well.
Yeah, great fold.
Because we're 300, it does change things. Oh, wow.
And that gives the straight to Kaiser. Is this a chop pot at the moment?
Yes, it is a chop.
With a
pot,
spade, free roll to the spades.
Well, no, there's no straight flush draw actually. The ace of spades. Oh, he's got 2 pair as well. He has a double free roll here. He can hit either of 2 5s or 2 3s. So that's 4, and then he can hit however many spades are left. I think there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spades too. Which is why Jachtmann here is 33%, because he has a third of the deck to improve his hand, and Kaiser is 0% because he can only chop at best.
He can only chop at best, and
I mean, I imagine Kaiser's going to check call here.
It's a good bet for Jachtmann, 5,500. Kaiser's calling, and we're going to see the outcome. It's a spade, and it comes backdoor. So, will that incentivize Kaiser to pay off a bet here from Jachtmann?
I don't know. I mean, I think he's probably more likely to check fold, I think. Also, there's a chance that Jachtmann could have actually had 6-7 and flopped the nuts. Because if you saw, Kaiser actually check called the turn. So I think he probably has to fold this river.
And Jachtmann's happy to check, because it is a baby flush he has.
I mean, Jachtmann might just check back. Yeah, he has checked back. I mean, his flush isn't that high value. If he's check called the turn, he could actually have a flush in the spot. But yeah, disciplined check back by Jachtmann. He's probably not getting paid, I don't think. Although actually Kaiser does have the ace of spades, so he actually might turn his hand into a bluff on the river, which is a play often seen, quite common in PLO, because if you have the ace of spades, they can't have the nuts, so you can
use that information to your advantage and try and steal the pot. And that's why Jachtmann, he was first to act. He decided to check call there, but Ronny just checked back, opened the straight for the straight was good, but he's down now. Ronny was actually up 78,000 at one stage.
Did he play some big pots with Jan?
Do you know what? I can't remember the pots. I think it's a series of several mid-sized pots he's lost. But that pot brings Jachtmann up to 62k profit.
And someone agreeing here. Kaiser would raise the bluff. Raise bluff with the ace of spades there. But yeah, so the big win in the game is Jan-Peter Jachtmann. Everyone else is kind of around even. Small winning, small losers. But I mean, the size of the game is very small, isn't it? Now they are now playing 200, 200, 400.
And the stacks are
deep,
considerable. So there is no well, really, there's one big loser, one big winner, really.
Yeah,
Jachtmann winning and Davin obviously losing the 70k. But I would have loved to know what happened last night after the game, because they continued playing for a few hours. And I would have loved to know what the result was. But Rob was in great form, so my feel is him and Jachtmann did well, because Jan-Peter was also in great form.
I don't know. Rob really is good for the game. He does actually encourage action, like a lot. I think he was was he the person encouraging to up the stakes to 200, 200,
Absolutely,
400? I think
he was. 100%.
And obviously then he's showing cards, he's pretending he's bluffing when he's not actually bluffing. But then in the middle of it, he just pulls out these spectacular calls like he did against Jachtmann. He's actually a lot of fun to watch.
He's really livened up this Cash Kings.
But I mean, Kaiser's creating quite a lot of action as well. Him and Rob are really getting involved in pots together.
And it was the same story yesterday, all the big pots.
But Kaiser's making these like bets into like pots when he hasn't got he's not in great shape against other players. He hasn't actually got that much. He's like trying to steal them, and it's actually so good for the game. It makes for so much action.
And what was surprising me about Ronny, he really likes to get the pots big pre-flop. Not so much today, but especially in yesterday's session. And it's a flop game, Omaha, but Ronny was really pumping it pre. But I suppose he just wanted to put his marker down with Rob, because Rob was setting out a stall as table boss and was the one dictating the size of the pots. And I suppose Ronny was just putting a marker down.
I mean, that might be the internet player in him as well. I was saying earlier, I don't think live games are actually 3-bet half as much as online games. Because, I mean, the button is just... Online, from my experience, people are 3-betting the button, maybe 30% of their hands. It can be ridiculous. Whereas in live games, you just don't see that. People tend to 3-bet only their aces, do you know what I mean? Whereas Ronny's obviously come in and...
That's a straight for Kaiser.
I mean, has there been any bet? I don't... How is Rob...
12. I don't know how this pot got this big.
Right. Rob's checking back. I mean, he thinks he beats the King Queen 10, I guess.
I will win, but I would like to see.
Oh, so Ronny wants information against Rob. Threes.
Connie says I win, but I want to see, and that's fair enough, I suppose. And 6,000 profit for young Ronny.
Straight.
Teaching the dealers how to play too. Looks like Ronny's fishing for information. He wants to know. Maybe he feels a little threatened by Rob, and he wants to know how he's playing.
Absolutely, and why wouldn't you? Because
What's he doing?
Rob is absolutely fearless, and he is, and it's one of the main attributes for a winning cash game high stakes player is you can't really be phased by the size of the bets.
No, you just
And
have
so
to do.
Rob just puts the size of the bets to
Yeah.
one side, and he gets a real sense of where he is in the hand. He's really good in live. I played him live, Jonty, and you know he has a reputation for being a bit of a maniac on the tables. And
Yeah.
I was so impressed at his, as the insights he has and his reads on the game.
His reads are very good. Well, it's just like we were talking earlier, and then mid-hand we expected him to just call with a flush draw, and he just raised a flush draw, took down the pot, and neither of us were even seeing that coming. Do you know what I mean? He took the spot, it worked, took the money, and this could be a big pot
This is
here.
going to be huge. We have the aces for Oki. He's made it 3-3.
Although that seems
And
like a very small 3-bet. Never mind,
Jachtmann
they've
gets
already
out.
called 1,500. It's 1,800 more. They're just all going to be priced in and go, yeah.
Yeah. Kaiser has the jacks with the spades.
I mean, looking at these hands, you imagine it's going to be a pretty low flop, don't you? There's not many jacks, not many kings, not many aces.
All the high cards gone,
We have 3 live seats there.
and it's 10k in the pot.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one.
And as you've called it right, but the hearts do come
But I
for
mean,
Oki.
no one else has really got anything.
So I think he's going to bet out his flush draw here, and it's going to close it down.
Definitely. I mean, if someone had a thought, it'd be interesting to see what happened. Whether they'd raise, whether they'd probably call, I think. And then maybe see some action. But I think it's just going to go fold.
It's a 5,000 bet.
Into 15,000. He's giving plays 3-1. I mean, as you see here by the percentage at the side, no one. If someone had 25% equity, they should in theory be calling. But
And that's what's going through Ronnie's mind here. He knows if a jack home is good, but there's no jacks out there, is there?
it's also, does he really bluff in that? Does he bluff that size? If he's bluffing here, is he going to bet 5,000 into 15,000? He maybe not. He'd probably bet bigger. Yeah, he's going to give it up. Even with the backdoor spades. That was going through his head. I think. Who was that?
And
Doesn't matter,
Jachtmann
let's
is
play.
asking to see what cards he has, because Jachtmann had a 4, I believe.
How did he? Is Jachtmann locked up a bit? He was playing quite loose earlier.
I mean, just because he's made a fold to 3,300
that's
bet, I
true.
wouldn't say that he's locked up. No, it's not his style, really. I mean, sometimes in these sessions, you see a player run pretty well early on in the session. They might run up 100 grand, and you see them try and control the game. It's so hard to do, like, to play tight in a game like this, because it plays extremely loose. There's mandatory straddle. It's always raised. So locking up here now, it's
Well, it's hard
not
to do as
feasible.
well,
It's
isn't
very
it?
hard to do. And
Especially when you're in the blinds 3/4 of the time. Because essentially you are, aren't you? There's a small blind, a big blind, and a straddle, or 200, 200, 400. You're literally in the blinds 3/4 of the time, so you have
That's
to play
it,
some
yeah.
hands there, I guess.
You need a very specific flop.
Very specific flops, this Kaiser. He wants the 3-4x.
that's
I
not
mean,
it.
that's not a bad flop for him. We can see some
He
action.
has
We've got
the
the
5, 6,
nut
7.
flush draw, and we've got the 9-card wrap, inside wrap.
The
We see a 9 on the turn. There could be some more action. What the card? 9.
This is action.
We're gonna see.
2,500 bet with the nut flush draw from Rob. And
I mean, I want to kind of see. I want to see like a 3. There's a 3 on the turn. A 3 or a 9 on the turns that Ronny gets more outs. I mean, Rob's got the best hand here with King High.
and that's
I
an action
mean,
killer.
Yeah, that's definitely an action killer. I mean, when the board pairs in PLO, your hands like draw strength just goes
The
down. 'cause you
draws,
can just be
the
drawing
value
dead,
goes
can't you?
right down.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good spot for Rob to double barrel, just because Ronny might think he's
And
going to
Ronnie
be dead
can't
silver.
really chase his
I
draw
mean, it's
with a
not-
paired
yeah, I normally
board.
tend to bet quite small in these spots, but yeah, Rob has bets quite small too.
4,500.
Although, what might be going through, I don't know. I don't know if Ronnie's, I don't know. If you noticed earlier when Rob had a set, he bet pot. Like, Ronnie's definitely the kind of player that's going to try and pick up bet sizes and remember what happened in previous hands, and he's thinking, well, if you bet pot and if he knew that he wasn't bluffing, then maybe, I think he'll give it up. But he might read something into his bet sizing too.
I think you're right, Jonty. He's trying to suss out, is there an opportunity here? But he doesn't
At the
opt
same
to
time,
go with it.
At the same time, if Rob had a house there, he'd probably bet the same amount because there's a good chance he's drawing dead. The other guy's Ronny's drawing dead.
And King High takes it down.
I mean, Rob playing well. He had the best hand as well, to be fair to him.
Nut flush draw.
The old King High doesn't win many pots in PLA.
That's the scoreboard. Everyone in profit.
Everybody winning now.
Not often you see that, but the player that lost today was Davin, who busted earlier, 70,000 minus. 100 grand down for the last 2 days. And this is day 2 of the Cash Kings.
Is this the last day?
We're here tomorrow also for Cash Kings. Ooh. And it's scheduled for a hold'em. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty big game. Now, sometimes they do change depending on the players that are in town and who gives the action.
Yeah. I mean, will Leon be back then?
Leon won't be back by tomorrow, no, I don't think so. But because Kings are opening the WSOP High Roller Cash Game Lounge in Vegas tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's sponsored by Kings, and I believe that's Leon will be there for that. But yeah, this is day 2 of a 3-day schedule for Cash Kings, and then we move straight on to the Millions. That's the Party Poker Millions, 1,000 buy-in, million guaranteed.
Maybe you'll see me on stream as well.
Well, we're going to bring all the action, and I certainly hope I do see you. And we're looking at a King High flop here for Jachtmann.
It's a very good flop for Young Man.
And he's also up and down with the straight.
So Rob stubbed the flop. I mean, he's checked it. I imagine Jachtmann's checked. Yeah, Jachtmann's checked to him here.
And Rob is betting with absolute nothing here. Backdoor diamonds. And Jachtmann might just call, will he?
I think so. No, he's raised. I mean,
it's a raise.
I mean, is Rob going to try and float here because he thinks Jachtmann's got nothing? I think he is.
And Rob's going to
You've got to give Rob
float. I'm not sure why the graphic is saying Rob 100% there.
Oh, me neither.
But Rob now has picked up
the best card in the
up and down straight with the diamonds.
Oh, if he gets there, Jachtmann's going to be sick. Can you imagine if the ace comes on the river? The offsuit ace. It's going to make him sick. Rob makes the nuts when he should never have Jack 10 after having called a raise on the King 3-4, and Jachtmann makes the wheel.
What a card. It's the case card in the deck.
But we'll see. We'll see.
And Jachtmann has just checked, but Rob is smart enough to check back.
Yeah, he's realising his equity here.
And he's picked up and he comes home.
I mean...
But what is Jachtmann's other card? Is that a full boat for Jachtmann?
We don't know, do we?
Because Rob now has hit the Jack High. It's the second nut flush.
He's just snap called the one on the river.
And he just snap called. And we need to see Jachtmann's card to see does he boat.
He bet 7,000 on the end.
7,000 called.
So I think it's probably just
and Ace King is no good.
Oh, Jachtmann's going to be sick.
And what a call in the flop.
Wow.
Look at this flop, says Jachtmann.
Jan's not impressed. Rob bet the flop, called the raise on the flop, turned the best card in the deck for him.
The raise in the flop is just not to pay, it's just burning money, but you know you're lucky.
Jachtmann is steaming.
I think, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I said Rob would probably call it to bluff, but then obviously picked up the best card.
Rob was setting him up for action on later streets, but it just came perfect for Rob.
It did.
Diamond.
I mean, yeah, he's definitely run good there. I mean, to be fair, Rob, yeah, Jachtmann's he has to fire 3 bullets in this spot. Fire 3 barrels. Say he actually does check the turn, he picks up his equity. I actually like the check back. Say
the check back is quality.
The check back is good because he's never going to get bluffed on his equity. If Jachtmann's got a set, if Jan's got a set like he's kind of representing on the flop, or to be fair, he's not folding the turn anyway, so he might as well just take back the realise his equity for free. I mean, that's the beauty of the button as well in PLA, really.
Position is so important.
Such an important part of this game.
And Kaiser's raised with the queens, and Rob has made a 4,000 with the jacks and the better spades.
I like this bet
and
as well.
Oki here now is going to pot it again, I believe, with the kings.
No, I think he's just going to cold call here. I think he's just going to set mine. I don't think he's going to want to get a load of money in this pot. Rob's? Yeah, I think he's just going to call.
You called it right, Jonty.
And Jachtmann's going to
call. Jachtmann's
going to call the button. He's just lost the big one.
He's still going crazy about the last hand.
He's speaking to God. He's saying, God, why did you do this to me?
Rob was practically drawing dead in that flop. And Jachtmann didn't mess around. He raised the flop after Rob bluffed out of it. But Rob floated. And
Again, got pretty lucky. But again, the equities are so close that there's a lot of good turn cards for him. I mean, I love Rob's hand here because he can hit the jack of spades. I like Kaiser's hand as well. There could be some interesting flops out here, actually. There's only one jack in the deck there.
well, the jack of spades is the perfect card for Rob. Now it's 16,000, and we have a family pot. It's four-way.
I'm feeling a king queen something.
And that's it. A king comes.
I mean, look at that flop
top
for Oki.
set for Oki with the clubs. He's completely smashed that.
Although no one else has really got it. Look, he's got 93% equity against 3 players. It's
and
hard to do that.
How unusual is that? Four-way on the flop at 93%. And it's one of these rare times where slow playing a monster is probably the right thing to do.
Literally no scary turn cards for you. Obviously, if you know no one's got clubs, that's why he's betting, just to protect his hand against clubs.
And
I just don't. He's not going to get.
He's not going to get any action, and he's probably going to kick himself for not playing that a bit harder pre-flop because
even it doesn't matter what the turn comes, he can always check call about. There's no turn card that puts a straight out there. If it checks around on the flop, he can bet the turn. And he can always check call if a club comes as well.
And Oki takes down a sizable pot, and he is actually 15k now in profit. Rob is 10k in profit. And Ronny, 80,000 almost in profit at one stage, John T. And now he is flat.
Basically even, yeah.
And Ronny gets the button. And
I think Jan's still won. Still complaining about his
Jan
luck.
is absolutely steaming after that.
He did get pretty unlucky.
Incredible run out for Rob earlier on.
But I think if it had been a break, I think Rob would have bluffed. And I think
absolutely, that's why he flatted.
I think Rob has the heart to bluff turn and then bluff river if it bricks out. I think he would as well.
And we're going to see Jachtmann potted here. No, he's just flatting with the kings.
Jachtmann's game seems to be very post-flop. He doesn't want to get a load of money in pre-flop, really, does it? By the look of it, from what I've seen.
Well,
we saw Rob made the 3-bet. Oh, another set, and no one's got an ace again.
And no one has an ace, and there's no diamonds. So, Jachtmann, he's not going to get action.
Unless a jack comes. Unless it checks around the flop and a jack comes. Oh no.
And the jack would be John T. What's going on?
To be fair, Rob isn't running bad either.
Now Jachtmann is going to go crazy here.
I mean,
he's going to bet this out. I think Rob's going to play back because
I think he's just going to call again.
Rob played back to them bluffing the last time. Rob is playing back here with the diamonds out there. Surely,
is it twisted in me? I want to see like a 7 of clubs on the river. Oh, see that kills the action. I want to see the 7 of clubs.
7 of clubs would have
just
been
to see Jachtmann bet the river or check to Rob and Rob bomb the pot. I mean, I guess Jachtmann probably check folds it now. Unless he really
Rob is first act, I think.
To be fair, this isn't actually that bad of a river to bluff catch on because both flush draws miss as well. I mean, you've got to think that your opponent's going to have Queen X of diamonds, Queen X of
he's value betting the kings, I think. He's going for chips.
Is he? I don't even know.
He's going for chips.
Is he trying to get called by... If he bets, though, he's never going to get called by worse, surely. Does he? I think that's what's going through his head.
And this is brilliant by Rob. He says, I don't think I'm folding.
I don't think I'm folding.
Trying to induce a bet, but Jachtmann might read through that. Remember, Jachtmann is top quality draw. He'd be known as one of the toughest Omaha players in Europe, this guy. So he might smell through that. And that's a great check.
Obviously, Rob's good. Oh, he's checked back, is it?
And look at the face.
Jachtmann is feeling beat up. The best was literally, was it an hour ago they were saying, oh, Rob. Jachtmann was saying, oh, Rob, you're running so good at the moment.
I would have loved to have seen Rob raise that turn. No, because I'm sure that Jachtmann goes.
Blown up.
Yeah.
I mean, Jachtmann's only losing. What was he up 75k, 78k or something?
Yeah, that's right, 77k.
He's losing maybe 30, 35,
so he's down
36,
30k in the last 40 minutes or so. But he's getting very frustrated, and Rob is benefiting big time.
It's a very, very frustrating game sometimes, though. Very frustrating.
Kaiser now with a very credible hand on the straddle, and Rob has raised to 1200, and Oki is playing. Jachtmann folds.
I like Kaiser's hand here. Ronny's hand.
Kaiser's raising here.
Oh,
he's made it 5 grand. It's a huge raise.
He has been 3-bet quite a lot.
And the 5,000 bet gets through.
It just got through, did it?
And that's our scoreboard. And even though Jan Peter is 40,000, the biggest winner so far, I would safely say he's the player that's most susceptible to tilt here at the moment.
I mean,
with the way he's gone.
He's only in for 40,000 euros as well. He's doubled his money, hasn't he? I'm just going to repeat that again in my head. He's only in for 40,000 euros. It's not a small amount of money at all. Brainwash talking some.
Thank you for joining us in the contributions, Brainwashed. Appreciate them.
Yeah, very good.
And just talking about that, Jachtmann with the set of kings, and Rob turned the nut straight, and Rob opted just to check call.
Yep.
And we're looking at Kaiser and Rob with the jacks. And Rob has hit the 7.
In fact, these two have almost exactly identical hands. Ronny and Rob have basically the same hand. The only thing that changes any action is a 7. It's literally 50. So when it says 44, it's because they're basically the same equity to chop. Oki can win with a 9. I think only a 9. Yeah, Oki can win with a 9. Rob's bet 3,000, Oki's folded. So now these guys are basically, they're just 50-50. So they're chopping unless one of them hits a 3 and one of them hits a 4.
9 or 10 of clubs would be a good card to see who's going to represent what. Yes. And that's the straight.
They both bought the straight as well, though. Because they have all the jacks.
Both have the jacks.
I think he's just going to go check here.
Yeah.
Does Rob feel like he can get value? Does Rob feel like he's got the best hand? Yeah. I literally have nearly
Jack
identical
7
hands.
for the chop.
What's that? Both have a 7 and Jack's 6.
It's kind of funny.
There's no firework on the floor.
Yeah. Just give me a back.
Having some interesting strategy discussion in the chat.
And
nearly as much trash talking is on the table.
Yeah, look at this. Everyone's in profit.
Everyone's in profit now.
But you know who the dark horse here is? Oki. He's, I mean,
he was losing a lot, wasn't he?
He's completely turned it around, and anything can happen. You know, he's like, I mean, Ronny was 80k up at one stage. Kaiser was almost 80, or sorry, Jachtmann was almost 80k up at one stage. So you can see.
To be fair, Rob was losing 50k at one
That's
point.
right. That's right. So we still have about 20 hands to go, and expect a series of a few pots. I mean, it just takes one setup hand, doesn't it, really, before all that money goes in.
I mean, so you've got the King, Queen, Jack 2 here as the A6-6-2. I'm pretty sure Rob will be a favourite here.
Give me a setup.
Or pre-flop. We haven't got pre-flop stats.
Come on.
No. I mean, now, obviously, Kaiser's basically got this locked. Rob's got to hit an offsuit. King, Queen, or Jack.
And Rob bets it out.
Again, this is probably a good board to see bet. I mean, it just so happens that Ronny has the nut flush draw.
And 2 blockers to the possible straight
draws as well. I mean, I think Rob just gives up now. Yeah, Rob just says I'm done with the hand now. I don't think this is a spot I'll try and bluff. No. And then this is where.
And does Ronny just?
I'm pretty sure Ronny's
here?
just going to lead here. He's already seen Rob check back a flush draw to try and
he's
realise
checking. Look, it's a check here, giving Rob a chance.
I'm just going to take a stab.
And Rob does fall for it.
Ronny's just going to
7,000.
snap him off here. Ronny
Snap
always.
call.
He might even raise, you know, because he's going to think if Rob has a boat, if Rob has a 9 in his hand, he's going to bet the turn, which is completely reasonable.
Absolutely.
So actually, I'm going to have the best hand, like nearly all the time, unless he has 5s full, because you think he's going to bet a 9 every single time. And if he's got a full house, you'd expect him to bet again. So I think actually Ronny might go for a value raise here, thinking that maybe Rob might have the second flush draw. Again, we saw Rob check back a flush draw earlier against Jachtmann when he floated the flop raise on the king 3-4.
And you're dead right. It's a small click back in the hope that Rob will call off for the worst flush.
I mean, no, it's actually quite a big raise.
It's 20,000
into there's only 16k in the pot. I mean, I think if you click back in this spot, you're never ever bluffing. Why would you ever try? Like, you need to try and put the idea in
that it's a bit of a steal going on here, and getting a straight even to call you maybe.
I mean, Rob's probably thinking, does he not lead the river with a house? But yeah, he's not going to do anything crazy like 4-betting rivers.
And it was a real smart check there in the river.
It was.
Rob fell for it. And now Ronny, 12,500. Jachtmann, 38,000. And Oki, 12,800 in profit. And Rob Yong, playing 200,000 in front of him. He's up 6 grand for today. It says 100, 100, but this is now changed to a
200, 200, 400 game.
200, 200, 400. That's my kind of game.
Yeah, we play that in the pub.
You do, yeah. They're play tournament chips you play, John T.
Oh, that'll be it.
This is Euro, real cash.
Yeah, so if anyone watching now who's not watched poker before, this is real money.
And for the benefit of guys and girls that have just joined us, we're live from King's Casino in Rozvadov, watching the special edition PLO cash game. And we're coming to the latter part of our session, and Jachtmann has hit that full house for Jachtmann.
I mean, that's an okay flop for Jachtmann, isn't it?
And
he can't even lose now.
He's trying to tease.
Kaiser. I mean, you know what? He's going to call a bet here. Ronny's definitely going to call a bet. I mean, he's got a wrap and the nut flush draw. He has gone check on the flop, and obviously Jachtmann can have a 7. Has he raised it?
And he's raised it up.
I mean,
now
this is another spot.
What does Jachtmann do here?
I'm pretty sure Jachtmann's just going to bluff catch. He's just going to call and call any river.
He's just going to call and check.
I think he's going to call and call any river because, again, exactly the same situation that happened last time, which is why Rob couldn't have a boat, is pretty similar to why Ronny can't have a boat. Because he's not going to check back a 7 on the flop, is he? He's going to protect his hand.
So Jachtmann now.
It's an interesting line. I mean, he has a lot of outs as well. If he thinks like Jachtmann has an overpair, that's probably what he's trying to. Kaiser's probably trying to get Jachtmann to fold like jacks or like kings or queens in this spot.
And he's setting it up. It's a flat call.
I mean, he can't raise in this spot because if Ronny's got 7-5, he's never ever gonna fold. So when he raises, he's just.
And a club is disaster.
Oh.
And that's what comes. So it has to be a check here.
I think.
Check.
And
Kaiser
Kaiser's
does value.
Back. I don't know. I think he
guarantee.
might check back.
I'm waiting to see the bet by Kaiser. Jachtmann's going to check.
Surely Jachtmann
has to check here.
In fact, this would be an instant lead by Jachtmann because obviously he's going to get raised by a better house, so he can actually bet fold this river.
And he's trying to represent a flush here.
I love this.
You're right.
I love this line by Jachtmann because he's going to get called by the nut flush, which might actually check back because obviously after he's called the turn, it actually looks quite strong because he's going to fold jacks and queens in that spot. So he's just going to pay him. He's just going to snap by him, I think.
Runner says Kaiser, thinking he's good.
Yeah. But no, the old 7
he sees the bad news.
No, I love that line by Jachtmann. I think he played that absolutely perfectly by leading river. He got value from. I mean, Ronny's unlikely to just have complete air there, and if he's got air there, because of the strength of his call on the turn, when he calls the raise, I think he's probably going to check back anyway.
And okay, how often does Ronny value his nut flush if Jachtmann checks
I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Maybe he thinks that. Yeah, I mean, Jachtmann's definitely capable of leading flush draws there on the turn as well, isn't he? And then calling it a raise if he has like the second up flush draw. So he probably would. I do like Jachtmann's line there. I think he played the hand basically perfectly.
It actually puts Ronny in the negative for the day
It
after
does.
that hand. So he's gone from 80,000 profit.
I mean, that's the. I mean,
minus.
that's a kind of a sick hand too. I mean, I don't think he can. Can he really fold? I don't know. They're dealing Rob in.
And that's a feature of the cash game here.
Oh, is it?
The player gets dealt in.
Oh, do they play blinds as well?
They deal to the stacks.
Yeah. Does he pay the blinds as well? That'd be an interesting
It's a good question. I'm not sure about
It
that.
would encourage people to play as well. 5-card PLO is the biggest donk game I've ever seen. I completely agree with you. I think 6-card is much better. Gone are the days where you used to be able to play 6-card PLO online. Did you ever play?
Stop.
Oh,
6
I
card
loved it.
PLO. Good luck.
I loved it.
Six whole cards.
Oh, 6 whole cards.
And use 2.
You can use 2, yeah.
Same format.
Oh, exactly the same format. It's fantastic. I mean, a lot of live cash games, a lot of live PLO games are 4-5-6. You must have played a few 4-5-6 games.
Absolutely, yeah. With a lot of beer on board.
Yeah, exactly.
And
4, 4,
Jachtmann
6.
here bets 500. It's a small pot.
Bet third pot on the 4-4-6. This is and as we just seen Oki raise, yeah, he's got two backdoor flush draws and he's up and down. And actually, what you'll notice about, I say he's up and down, he actually has the nut straight if a 7 comes 2, which normally you wouldn't do with this hand. It's just the 5-3, because the 8 actually gives him the nuts.
But the 7 would complete a house for Kaiser.
It
He's
would,
2
he's
7s and
folded.
he gives it up.
And Jachtmann's probably, again, yeah, he's going to call and then probably evaluate. I mean, now he's actually losing. But if it was like a jack to come on the turn, I'm pretty sure that Oki would.
Oki's checking there, the straight.
I mean, I'm really confused by what Oki's trying to say he has. Like, I mean, surely Jachtmann's just going to check back here. Yeah. Yeah, and now the thing is, Oki's almost definitely going to get paid. I mean, that's a bad move for Oki, he'll think. In fact, I don't know even if Jachtmann will even call, because even if Oki's got bluffs here, he's probably going to have like 5, 7, 8. 7, 8, 9 with a 6. So he can hit a 6 and then a gut shot, and there's a load of good turn cards like a 7, 8 or a 9, which give him more straight outs. He's gone for value. Again, I think it's hard to get called by worse here. I mean, the thing is, what does Gruesome fancy playing? Does he Phil Gruesome?
Phil Gruesome.
Phil Gruesome sat on the
That
edge of
is
the table.
Phil, yeah.
I don't know if he plays PLO.
No, he was invited earlier on to play, and he's going to play a no-limit game, I believe, that's starting up now.
Very good. No, I think Jachtmann has to fold there. I mean, he has to put Oki on. The only thing you put Oki on there is complete air. Anything he has, apart from just, well, I don't know why he'd ever value raise a 6 or anything. Do you know what I mean? I guess he's, unless he like turns jacks into a bluff, thinks he's winning and then turns into a bluff. I don't know. It's hard to find a hand you beat there with aces, I think.
And Jachtmann lays it down. I don't think Jachtmann potted there with the aces pre.
He can't have done. It must have been like a limped pot, I think.
I think it was a limp pot, yeah. And Rob has just joined. Or rejoined. And he's playing the diamonds, but Jachtmann has the bigger diamonds. But Kaiser now has a genuine hand.
He does. That's it. That's a
And he
good. I love that
raises
kind of hand. That flops so well. That kind of hand in PLO.
To 1600.
There you go. Cool. Plo says that Jachtmann was punished for limping aces. Aces. You can hear the tournament director in the background. There's so many tournaments going on at the moment, isn't there?
Great buzz.
Yeah, fantastic
Great
environment.
buzz, Jonty, out there.
We've got the high roller running now. We've got the PLO still going on.
PLO still
There's a
on.
satellite into the main, I think. I think there's so much going on. There's cash games. Obviously
And
this
then you have the Kings. They have a a nightly 100 game, I think, with like $6,000 guaranteed or something.
Oh,
like
really?
that. I think so. Yeah. I mean,
Should have told if you told me this.
but you look, hey, you're enjoying yourself
I
more
am enjoying
here.
myself, definitely. Oh wow, what's happened here?
Well, it's
So
Rob,
it looks like
this is
Ronny
incredible.
is c-bet 4,000 after opening, and Rob has just potted it to 15k.
And
Well, nearly potted it to 15k with just an up and down, where he only makes the nuts with a 3, and he makes the second nuts. Ronny only has top pair. Ronny has top pair and a nut shot, and it's actually peeled one out of position, which puts him in a really awkward situation.
what card
This
do
could
we
be
want
a
to see
big
here?
pot. I don't know. I mean, that is a bad card from Rob. I don't know whether he continues on this, but I can't. If like after Ronny calling the flop without even like a backdoor flush draw.
Ronny checks here, obviously.
Ronny's definitely going to check. Whether Rob checks back and takes equity, I don't know. I think having raised the flop, he's probably just going to carry on going, I think. I don't know if I think Rob might just bet 25k here.
No,
He's
Ronny's going for it.
He's going to lead. I mean,
It's 35,000 out there.
I have no idea what's going to happen now. It's actually quite exciting. Does Ronny lead? I mean, I don't really think he'll ever lead this spot. I think he's just trying to get Rob to check back the turn, I think. I don't know. I don't think he's ever going to lead it, because when Rob does have a set like he's represented on the flop, Rob's just going to go, yeah, let's go with it. And then Ronny has to call off after betting. Well, I guess he just bet false turn. Protects his hand. Maybe. Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe that's what Ronny's thinking of doing here. Betting the turn to fold to a jam.
There's a lot of posturing here, Jonty, and this could be all just to get a check back from Rob. No, he's potting it.
He's potting the turn.
35,000.
He's got the best hand.
And what does Rob do now?
I think Rob's just going to fold. He really
he
can't. He
continue.
literally has one nut draw, which is the 3. He can hit a 3 for the nuts. The rest of the time he's going to be guessing. I can't imagine Rob's going to. I mean, Rob might go. See by the graphic, Rob's only an 18% chance to win.
Ice, you said you want ice. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You want ice for your drink? Not ice cream.
I mean, what does... I mean, the thing is in PLO, I don't know how Ronny's played previously against Rob in live games, but some players actually take this kind of line. Say he calls a flop with 5, 6, 8, 9, or say he has like 5 or 8, 9 jack. He calls the flop and then he picks up hearts. Well, now he can't fold because now he's getting the right price to call. So instead of check calling when he knows he's going to have to check call, he'll just lead, call up, and try and get some kind of fold equity. You don't see this happen that often, but it does happen from time to time in PLO where people will realise they can't actually fold to a pot size bet because the maths is so strong. So they just lead to try and maximise their fold equity, knowing they're going to have to call it off and hoping that the player doesn't call off.
And that's what Ronny's putting Rob on with that lead out. He's probably putting him on something like he has, maybe 5, 6, 8, 9, something like that.
Brainwash thinks 5, 6, 8, 9 is strong enough to call turn. Probably is.
And he's calling. This is incredible, Jonty.
This is big pot poker. I mean, is Rob planning to bluff river?
35,000
I don't know.
bet.
Rob might bluff river. How much does Ronny like this?
So Ronny's in bad shape here, really.
Well, he's not in bad shape. He's got the best
but he
hand.
must
And
feel like he's in bad shape after this call.
The thing is, he's going to be petrified on any river. I think
He doesn't want to see a heart.
He probably has to call off on Broadway cards as well, because he's probably putting Rob on the low draws, which is kind of what he's got. And that pairs the board. I mean, the thing going through Ronny's head is that he may be... I don't know. I mean, if he raised the flop with 2 pair and he's called the turn...
Yeah, it doesn't change anything, really, does it? But so Ronny's just putting it in.
I don't know if Ronny thinks he's bluffing here or if he's value betting. I mean, that was a big pot. That was 100k.
That was a very lovely river.
A very lovely river for the way that... So Ronny thinks he's repping the set here.
And that really has given an injection to Ronny. He's 50,000 in profit.
Yeah, just from that one hand.
Straight draw.
And Ronny says straight draw. Which is exactly
Is
what
exactly
Rob
it.
had.
And I think it's quite obvious that he thought that from the way that he played the hand, I think. I mean, obviously a straight draw is a lot stronger on a rainbow flop as well.
Absolutely.
Because it means that you don't have dead outs. So I think Ronnie's obviously just gone with his read and gone, I have the best hand, I'm just going to protect my hand and price it. I mean,
and Kaiser making it 1200 to go here with the spades. And Rob has called, and Oki also has the spades and the diamonds. Three-way here, Jonty. And which hand do you want here?
I want Oki's hand here.
Oki,
I think.
yeah.
Even though he's kind of dominated by Kaiser's. I mean, it turns out Oki's
bang.
hand's the one we wanted. Bang, there is a hand.
Second nuts.
I wish I could do this in my own hands. Yeah, I'll have this flop, please.
Kaiser's up and down with the backdoor spades. And it's Rob with the worst hand here is going to lead out.
He's going to lead. Oki probably raises here. I see that Brainwashed agrees with me here. He thinks Jack 5, 6, 7 is the best hand too. The double suited. I guess he's going to be double suited as well. It just makes it a lot more playable post flop. And yeah, as I said, Oki has raised here. Oki just wants to protect his hand. Just because if Rob has a 5, he's very likely to have a lot of overcards. There's not that many undercards, so he can hit any of those overcards. So he wants to try and price him out of drawing. What he's actually doing is actually killing his action, but at the same time, he's not to know that. Also,
and look at this, he's drawing dead. Kaiser.
Again, he's in position. I mean, can Kaiser ever bluff? I don't think Kaiser's ever going to turn his hand to a bluff it, though. I think he's going to draw and then fold. I mean...
And Rob gets out of the way.
Yeah. I thought he was going to pause there. I thought, are we going to see something special here? Yeah, gap on the top is definitely way worse than gap on the bottom. I agree, Brainwashed. I think Brainwashed probably plays similar states to me. That's the sound of it. It's interesting, I don't really know what's going to happen. So here you've seen Oki's check the turn. Oh no, Oki hasn't done a turn. The Kaiser's checked the turn to Oki.
Kaiser first to act is checked, and now...
What's going to happen is Oki's going to bet here, and then Kaiser will probably, probably fold the turn, I think. I think Kaiser's probably going to, Oki's probably going to bet like 15 to 18k, I imagine.
And you've got a spot on. Looks like around 14,000.
Wow, you got it spot on. I missed it. You said it looks like 14,000. 14,000. Yeah, Ronnie's a huge winner.
Ronnie, he's called the 9,000.
I think he's going to fold it.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's figured it out.
He's thinking, I can't be drawing dead. And I think when he raises the turn and then checks back, I think that's what Ronnie's thinking. Ronnie's thinking he's going to get a fruit river a lot of the time by calling there. Although he doesn't realise actually, well, he was dead.
And Oki now. This is the dark horse at the table. 30,000 now in profit.
Kind of getting shared out a bit now. Jan managed to win a bit back. I think, I can't remember the pot. Got Squetchy in chat saying we don't think Ronnie respects the table here very much. I mean Ronnie's probably, we were talking about earlier, Ronnie's probably seen it all before. Ronnie's played this game for years and years and years and years. And he's been like playing the best in the world for the entire time.
At the highest level.
Yeah.
And he's made it 1,500 here with the ace, queen, jack, jack.
I mean, that's a hand of very immediate strength, but not very...
And Rob has come along.
Rob's come along with the jack 8-5-4 double suited with hearts and diamonds. And Ronnie's still ahead. Although Rob has got a pair and 2 backdoor flush draws. Ronnie here with the nut shot to the 9. He's going to bet, protect his hand. Also, there's quite a lot of good turn cards from here. He can hit a king, a 9. A jack's not a bad turn card for him. A queen, he actually blocks the nuts as well. Like, there's actually quite a lot of, like, anything higher than a 10's a very good card for Ronnie. I mean, that's actually a good card for Rob now. He's actually picked up a straight draw to go with it, and I don't think he's going to fold. I think he's probably going to go check, check here.
He's going to go check here. Yeah. Kaiser's going to check this back, and that's what it does. And the
Rob pings the 2 pair. The unlikely winner.
8-4.
The old 8-4.
There's a big team behind here, you know. If they want to play, maybe. He's a poker
And it's going to go check on the river, and Rob picks up the pot, $9,000 pot. Might grind his way up. Got some interesting comments in here. Squetchy thinking Ronny just wants to see a lot of flops with only 4 cards. I mean, the way he played that hand with the Ace Jack 10-8, he doesn't feel like he's scared of seeing a hand with a marginal hold in the flop and like being put under pressure. It looks like he can deal with it pretty well. He dealt with that pretty well. He got raised on the 10-7-4 rainbow and just had Ace 10 for a Ace 10 and Jack 8 for a gut shot with it to the nuts. And he managed to realise he was still winning, and he knew exactly where he was. He seemed to know where he was.
He knew exactly. The ace come, he knew he needed to bet it out. Yeah. That's what he done. No, I'm not sure what happened on the river when that 4 came.
I don't know. I think
he value betting, or
I think he probably is value betting, because otherwise I don't know why. Although having said that, if he actually was value betting, I don't know why he wouldn't check call river, because I don't think he thinks he can possibly get called by worse.
Nothing Rob is calling really. That's
so maybe he was actually turning his hand into a bluff and trying to represent a set. Because if you have a set on a rainbow board like that, 10-7-4, and you are 300 big blinds deep, like if you re-raise Rob on the flop, you're probably going to fold out a lot of his hands, and like it's hard for you to ever get action. Really. I mean, you do get to pot every turn, but if you actually have a set in that spot, you're probably going to flat and let him bet the turn, him carry on represent the set, and then you just get it in on the turn. I mean, that was a pretty safe turn as well. I think he was, and then he led the turn, so actually maybe that's exactly what he was trying to do. Obviously, I'm not claiming to be half the player that run, not even 10% of the player that run.
He's taking some unusual lines. I mean, it's not a standard game here, John T. This plays way different than the norm. I mean, it is one of the biggest Omaha games in Europe, and it plays rather loose. And we're watching the flop here.
And Rob's flipped the
Rob is all over
got a
this.
fantastic hand as well. So I think it's 4,700. I imagine Rob's raised the button here.
And Oki has the kings, but he's actually...
He's led the flop, I think. He thinks he's got the best hand. And Rob smashed the... and Oki's trying to stop him raising. And he's giving the speech. He says he has to raise with his hand. Whether Oki will read into that and think. I mean, actually, Oki does have the best hand. Rob's got top pair, backdoor flush draw, and he's up and down. And again, he's up and down with the 8-6, but he can also hit the 10 is actually the nuts because he has a jack in his hand too. Brainwashed agrees that ace jack 10-8 is a tricky spot on the 10-4-7.
And just one of the comments here in the chat box, wondering why Davin isn't playing. Davin reloaded several times, and he did about 70,000 in this session. And he decided not to reload on his last bust out. So we're looking at a 4-handed cash game here, and the blinds are increased to 200-200 with a mandatory 400 straddle.
There definitely hasn't been a lack of action. We've seen some great action here.
For 4-handed.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, look at Rob's raising the flop here with a hand he can definitely call flop with. But like Rob's raising. I mean, he's in position as well in the R deep, so I can understand why he's doing it, but... I mean, this is one of the interesting spots in PLO as well. He's going to fold, but I mean, this is one of the interesting spots in PLO. Oki has the best hand there, and Rob's showing him his hand as well. The double suit 6-8-9 jack. It's a beautiful hand.
Makes him actually favourite.
Yeah, but he's actually a favourite. He's nearly a 70% favourite with him.
He's up and down, and as you say, he has the backdoor flush, and he's drawn to the bigger straight. With
he's drawn to the nuts. Yeah, he's drawn to the nuts. He's got 8 outs to the nuts. Yeah, see, some people agree that you can definitely just call properly. He actually backdoors a flush. They just ran it out. I just missed that. But yeah, Davin did call it a night. A couple of hours.
I go broke. If I call and I wanted to call,
definitely Finton. I'm just a wee lad.
Listen, I have kings.
That's it.
Which commentator is the biggest penis?
I wasn't actually going to read it out.
Yeah, you trapped me there.
Oh, it's been the...
And Nevup, who is our moderator, top class. Thank you, Nevup, keeping us all country here.
And on topic.
And we are coming to the latter stage of our PLO cash game. And the expert analysis that you hear beside me is that of John T from the UK.
Expert analysis.
Absolutely, he's a rising star.
I'm mocking that. Do you not think I'm an expert?
And we're looking here at Rob again and Oki.
Rob's mixing up with everybody now. Although actually he's only losing 40,000 now. He's won back 10,000.
It kind of defeats the purpose when you read the comment out loud.
Yeah.
Thank you for that contribution. Jaunty trapped me there by pointing towards the comment. And
so Oki here has got blocked the not flush draw, and Rob has got top pair.
And it's exactly 50-50.
It is a flip right now. The flip right now, and I don't think Oki's ever folded a not flush draw in this spot. He probably raised. Did he raise? Yeah, he raised.
5,000 raise. It's going to be hard for Rob to continue.
Again, this is a spot where there really isn't that many good turn cards for Rob.
I mean, what's he's top pair, top kicker. He's no backdoor hearts. He has a backdoor straight. That's about it, and he just shows.
What's also interesting as well that Oki actually has tens, so there's a load of cards where he can rep the nuts. He showed the ace-6 of clubs with the nut flush draw. But he also has tens, which means he can also rep the nuts on any 7, any 8, any queen, and any king. And everyone in chat wants the ace 10 10 nut flush draw. I'm not surprised. I think I would too. I'd much rather be drawing to the nuts, let alone have the button. I'd take nearly any 4 cards on the button. This deep as well. It actually does make you saying the games play different, but because of how deep, like 400 big blinds deep here, like the implied odds of playing nearly any hand can be huge. Because if you make the right hand and you get someone stack, like you only have to get the 1 in 300 times. So when you call in a 3x raise pre with 3 bigs or 3.5 bigs, which is pot, like you only have to get the 1 in 100 times to make it worthwhile to play. That's basically any hand.
And that's what you see normally in these sessions. Is like you see incredibly big pots, and
And you're just looking at the whole cards, going, how is this possible? Where's this?
How did they get so big? And what hand do you want here? Certainly not the queens.
King, queen. I want the queens.
You want the queens, yeah.
And actually now I want the 5, 6, 7, 9, which is actually 50% versus the other two. Actually, if you notice. But yeah, the queens are pretty strong here.
And Rob has betted out, and Oki.
Actually, 5, 6, 7, 9 is a good hand.
Is going to continue.
Yeah, Oki is not folded. Oki might raise here again. It's another spot that we were talking about where it's a rainbow flop, so your straight draw suddenly becomes so much stronger. Again, he's in position.
And
Rob's.
He's getting way more active, this guy. And
but again, he's drawn to the nuts.
He's drawn to the nuts, and Jachtmann's going to fold here.
Jachtmann's definitely going to fold. I mean, just because we can see other people's the opponent's cards, I think that Rob is probably going to win this spot. But again, he can't call on this flop. So I'm saying about putting people in tough spots. It looks like, well, Rob doesn't even look like he's getting that frustrated. He makes a pretty quick fold, he doesn't mess about. And I think Oki's image is probably pretty strong at this table as well, because he really hasn't been seen getting out of line at all, has he?
Absolutely not. You're totally right. He's had a bad session yesterday, bad start today, and he's really turned it around. He's impressed me, this guy, Oki.
But like, Rob's just made 2 pretty quick folds against Oki without even like a second thought, isn't he? Like, maybe that shows about what he thinks of his game.
Definitely, he's been keeping out of the firing line. I mean, all the action is... It's really Kaiser and Rob are creating the biggest pots, and Jachtmann is in there also. Oki is... He's kind of keeping out of harm's way, and he's putting the foot down the gas in the last half an hour, and he's 40,000 in profit, which is a huge turnaround.
Sugar in the morning.
Jachtmann's cheered up a bit now. Yeah.
Bruce Willis looking at his card. Man.
I think he's trying to say that Rob looks like Bruce Willis, is it?
And Rob is going to try and create action. He wants to increase the size of the pots. He's down. He's losing here today. There's not much time left to get it back.
I mean, but they say cash is all one long session, isn't it? And Rob, I think Rob does play quite a bit, doesn't he? So we've got the King Jack. This is a fantastic flop for Jan.
Is up and down here with the diamonds.
And the pair. He can even hit a 3 for the best hand.
But Rob continues.
Rob continues with basically nothing. He has just a gut shot, which he will chop. And I can't think of any other way to win the pot.
And Oki's going to continue.
I think Oki's going to call here just because he thinks he's going to have the best hand a lot. He's also got the nut flush draw and the nut door flush blocker, and he has top pair against Rob, who's just going to call and he's got a nut shot too. Jachtmann, I think he's just going to overcall here. I mean, he really hasn't played that aggressively with draws from what I've seen.
And look how deep these guys are. Rob's playing 150 grand, Oki 125k, and Jachtmann 85k. We've 10k in the pot now.
What, 10? Yeah.
And it's a great card for Jachtmann.
It's a fantastic card for Jachtmann.
I mean, he's a lock in this hand
I think what's going to happen is Rob's going to check here, and Oki's going to bet, and then Jachtmann's going to call. I mean, this looks like a fantastic card for Oki. He's going to think now that his ace-king is probably the best hand. Yeah.
And you call it spot on. It's a 5,000 bet, I think.
I think some people trolling in chat as well. I don't think Yong is take chip. Take chip. I think it was Philip I can't say his name. Dotail.
I don't know.
I think he actually ran deep in the UK Party Poker Millions. I remember seeing him there. I've not seen him. Don't know if he plays that much live tournament.
Jachtmann's never raising there, Jonty, is he?
No, never raising here.
Because he's not getting anything worse to call.
I mean,
but he's
no, yeah, I don't think he's going to call.
It's 20k here, and
there's just no reason
Oki
to play the pot when he's never going to make the nuts. This is a river that I think Oki's just going to check fold now.
So Oki's made 2 pair, but Jachtmann has the straight, and Jachtmann values here surely. If Oki's checking,
this is going to be a smaller thing.
No flush there. He has the nut straight, and he makes
10K.
it 10,000.
Yeah.
He might get called here.
No, I don't think he's going to get called here. I think when Oki's bet the... Oh, wow, maybe he is. I think when Oki bet the turn, he was putting Jachtmann on a straight draw, flush draw, which an ace complete. Although, this is an interesting spot. Someone's actually, this brainwash has brought up in chat. This is an interesting spot to check raise because he has an ace and a king, so he actually blocks the nut houses.
The 2 nut houses.
Yeah, I mean, I've made some moves like this before, and it actually might be what he's thinking about it.
And he'd be the perfect candidate.
Although I don't
for the raise.
I don't think he's going to do it.
Wie viel verspätet ist das Stream? Halbe Stunde? Half an hour.
And Oki just calls. He misses a good opportunity and pays off Jachtmann.
I mean, I guess he just thinks he has nut dime. I don't know. I mean, he has to think he's bluffing, but I don't know what bluff he has there. There's only one up and down draw on that flop, which is queen turn.
And a bit of a misstep there by Oki.
I mean, I think it's just very hard for Jachtmann to have complete air in that spot.
And Jachtmann is up to 70,000 profit. And Rob is the big loser along with Davin today. Rob is down 52,000. And we're down to the very last stage of our broadcast, guys. And remember, we have another edition of the cash game tomorrow, Jonty. I really hope you bust early from the tournament and come and join me.
Well, you know what? The only reason I actually came in here because I wanted a little bit of luck of the Irish before I play tomorrow. Just a little cheeky rub of Finton.
Well, I certainly hope it does well for you.
I actually might be playing the main on Saturday actually. But there's so many. There's a load of good side events here as well. There's like a load of. Is there 100? There's 100k tomorrow.
There's. I mean,
the
really,
value's
really
insane.
good.
That's along with the day one. I mean, I could play tomorrow as well. I am thinking I might play twice. I mean, anyone that knows me knows that that's a very regular occurrence in a tournament. I recently played one on Party Poker where I won the tournament. I was first one out of the tournament and then ended up winning the tournament.
Well, that's definitely a rare, a rarity.
So if you see here, Oki's actually flopped top 2 with up and down Rob has got just top pair up and down, and he's checked to him, and he's nearly pot. He's bet 7,000 into 9,800. I cannot imagine that Oki's ever folded here. He's probably thinking of raising. Oh, yeah.
This is, I mean, Oki is...
I mean, I think Oki's probably realising now that Rob's betting a lot of flops.
He has the blocker to the top set.
Yeah.
He has one blocker to the straight.
He can still chop with the nuts right now. He can still hit a queen, and he can pair the board. Although, again, he does block top set.
So he makes it 20,000.
And I'm quite impressed with Rob's, Rob's made some disciplined folds against him. Like, what? If he folds here again, that's a third in a row where he's just been raised on the flop by Oki, and he's just like folded.
But he's drawing. What has he really? He's drawn to a bad straight.
Yeah, he's drawing to maybe a chop. I think Oki's saying, I'll take the money in the middle. I mean, he's got to go through Rob's head that even if he hits a queen, he's going to be chopping. And yeah, he's made another...
Good fold.
I mean, he only has top pair up and down. He has showed, yeah. But to be fair to Rob, he's made... Every time Oki's raised him, he's just folded.
And that's the image that Oki has. He made a little bit of a misstep there against Jan-Peter Jachtmann. He was a fold or a raise, but he decided to pay him off.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he really beats anything, but you can actually fold out some of the hands that... And you wouldn't expect Jan to have aces in that spot because he just overcalled after raising a call. You wouldn't expect to have aces pre. You wouldn't expect to have kings, you'd expect him to raise the flop all the turn. Well, not the turn, but raise the flop. Especially when it's been bet call, you'd expect him to squeeze there because he doesn't want anyone to get there. So actually, I think it's a perfect, especially when he blocks aces and kings with an ace and a king. So it's literally the perfect spot to check raise river. I mean, it's a line you probably don't take as often with aces kings, but
And would have got through, in my opinion, because
yeah, definitely.
He was playing the trip twos. Jachtmann was playing.
I mean, the thing is, it's very easy for us to sit here and commentary and say that, isn't it? But when I've got 100,000 euros in front of me and I'm sat there with top two, and I'm thinking, is this guy bluffing me? Well, I should probably re-raise as opposed to call, which is going to cost me another 30,000 euros.
Well, this is what fascinates me about this particular game, is the stakes. It really doesn't. It plays so loose. Really doesn't come into it.
No.
The vast amount of money in front of them.
Yeah, they actually are playing. You don't even think, really, do you? It's easy to forget.
And we have Oki here with the jacks, and Jachtmann with the eights. And Oki is on a straddle to 400, and Jachtmann just comes in on the button.
Spots the button. I mean, Jachtmann has been playing pretty positionally based as well, I think. He has been folding quite like a few hands out of position. I think Ronny's definitely going to pump it up here. Yeah, he has.
And whose hand do you want here? Do you want Ronny's or Oki's hand here?
I mean, long run, I'd definitely take Oki's hand. Obviously, he doesn't have the best hand, and there's a 10 missing. But I still like, Ronny's hand's a lot better here.
What the fuck is wrong with you? 1 more hour. Why? No,
Unless Rob has the ace of diamonds, I'll take his. Oh no, okay, it's loaded now. If he had queen 7 of clubs, ace 3 of diamonds, I'd probably taken his hand. Nothing pretty though, a nice double suited hand.
I'm just listening to the conversation here with Oki. I think he's given out because he wants to go longer.
Does he?
Because they're calling an end to proceedings soon.
Oh, are they?
But please do stay with us for the last few hands.
Brainwashed wants queen jack 10 10 2.
And there's the hearts for Oki.
Ronny actually has the best hand. But yeah.
Ronny has hit
Ronny's
top
hit a queen.
pair.
Well, it won't feel like the best hand.
And Rob bets out his queen. Backdoor clubs.
I mean, again, it's hard to get caught. Well, I guess you can get caught by worse, like this hand, but I don't know if Roddy will overcall here. I think it will fold. Again, this hand isn't going to play. It doesn't have any back doors, really.
Well, the queen...
The queen jack 10-10. He can't really think he's got the best hand that often after it's a bet and a call. But I mean, maybe things are different because Rob has been very aggressive on flops.
Okay, 1 more hour for Jan. Here, we'll play here, but Don't switch it off.
And if you just joined us, this is the latter part of our cash game special edition. We're back again tomorrow, guys, for another broadcast. And we also have a lunchtime show. Tarium is live 12:30 for the lunch show. That's 12:30 tomorrow. But right now, we're watching Oki versus Rob Young.
And Ronny did fold. He might be loving it now.
And it's a good card for Rob.
And Rob could win a big pot here with just a queen 7.
12,000, and there's no way Oki's putting another penny in here, chasing a bad flush.
No, probably not. Although, if he does, I think his excuse will be that if a king 8, 10 comes, he will actually turn his hand into a bluff. And that Rob could just be barreling the nut flush draw. That's what he'll probably. He might be thinking about that. I think he probably will fold there. But the thing is, I don't know. These two are playing a lot of pots together now, aren't they?
In the last half an hour, Oki has really come to life.
He's raised Rob 3 times now.
And he decides
He actually makes a good fold.
to give it up, and Rob thinks he's bought that pot, but he was actually ahead.
He was actually ahead in that one, but actually Ronny folded the best hand, didn't he?
That's correct, yeah. The bigger kicker. So we're back tomorrow, guys. Remember, the lunch show, 12:30. And Tarkin just explaining you can continue in the private area if they want to play on. I think there's a big no-limit game has started there.
And is Jan racking up? What's happened? I thought Jan just said another hour.
No, when you see the tip bucket come out, that means it's the end of the show, Jonty.
Oh, okay. And that's it then.
And it's been fascinating, really. The winners, Jachtmann, 70,000 almost, 67,000. And Oki did so well because he was in the hole at the beginning of the session. And Rob Young down 52.
I mean, Rob kind of had a yo-yo session, didn't he? He was losing early doors, and he actually
lost
managed
early.
to bring it back.
He was down very early on, and he never really got too far ahead. But thank you so much.
Then there was Davin as well, wasn't there?
Davin, exactly, who lost to 70,000. We're back tomorrow for the lunch show at 12:30. And then we have at approximately 6:30, I believe, we have a no-limit hold'em session where I'm going to be joined again, hopefully, by my good friend from the UK. You've been so good.
What time is it?
Jonty, your analysis on the PLO is really good. I really appreciate it.
I'm not saying I'm any kind of expert, but I do play.
No,
I'm more of a punter that plays like hundreds of thousands of pounds a year.
I know you're not saying you're an expert, but I'm saying it.
Yeah,
I really
you're
appreciate
saying I'm some kind of prodigy. I'm not.
I really appreciate you coming in here. Thanks so much. And thank you, everyone. I'm going to sign off now. It's goodbye from Jonty here beside me, and it's goodbye from me, Fintan Gavin. Looking forward to you, talking to you, picking up again at 6:30 tomorrow.
Maybe I'll see you there.
Ciao.
Thanks for joining.
Bye-bye.